How are you? I hope you're good. I'm not good, but it's not important. I'll be all right. Thanks for asking. Here's my cat. What's up, kitty? You stupid kitty, aren't you? Why aren't you stupid kitty? Why aren't you stupid kitty? Yes, you are. Do I edge? What does that mean? I'm not on the edge yet. If GameStop goes to 40, I'll be on the edge. Here's my love. I love you. Yes, I do. My love. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have this clindamycin for my infection now. Let's see if this will help. It's all right. I got something for him. I guess maybe start some Twitter spaces, start some conversations out here. GME's going to 15 or less. We know this. We know this.
That's a bigger SEC investigation on you. Sahil, DM me proof of the wire that you sent to her, because what I'm looking at, like I said, it's only 6 days, and the account that you're saying is a different account. So what Sophia sent me ends in 0580, and what you're saying,
I have the two he sent me that are forged. And one is for 50 and one is for 100. And I'll send them to you.
Yeah, because what I'm looking at is just.
Hey everyone, what's up? It's Shkreli. Let's get started. So, Brunito or Bruno,
What's going on, Martin?
how are you?
Doing well, how are you? Pleasure to see you.
Likewise. Yeah, GameStop. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This stock is not going to make it.
What do you think of the opinion some people are having? People are suggesting that each state should have its own market or its own exchange to make things more decentralized so that we don't deal with, holds all over the board and stuff like that.
Well, that's the way we used to do it. That is the way we used to do it.
I just worry that if that happens, won't that incentivize a lot of the industry to move towards other things that are decentralized by nature, like crypto, right? Like, if you want to make a market in crypto, it's very difficult because you have to aggregate all that data.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we still do it to a large extent, so I don't really think it makes that much of a difference. I mean, there are multiple marketplaces for individual stocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm talking more so just in the sense of like the NASDAQ or something like that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's coming, whether we like it or not.
But what do you think about, looking at this aside from a value investing perspective, like just pure speculation? Like, if there's volatility in a market, there doesn't necessarily need to be value there to trade it profitably. Can the same be said for what's going on here with GME?
One second. Yeah, I don't know that it makes a difference. I think as you may know, like my specific sort of viewpoint on most of this stuff is that it all comes out in the wash. And that people sort of overthink these things. That markets are pretty efficient.
Is it efficient if we're seeing like massive spreads though? I mean, I get that the spreads are caused by certain.
They're efficient in the long run. I mean, it's efficient.
Technically still efficient.
It's efficient in the long run. It's not efficient today and tomorrow, but it doesn't really matter. Today and tomorrow don't really matter that much. Anybody can talk in my spaces. You don't have to raise your hand.
Martin, I just wanted to say you're an absolute fucking legend. Part of my language. We're glad you're fucking home.
Thank you.
And fuck the feds.
All
Fuck all
right.
of them.
Let's
I
go.
mean, it's a recorded space. Hopefully, I don't get but we're glad you're home, Shkreli.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm a little ticked off, at this existing GameStop, situation. I'd rather the stock be closer to 15. but it is what it is. Thought about getting my Deutsche Bank guys involved. Started thinking about doing some swaps. Are they legal? Are they not? Doesn't matter. I can't let this stock go to 35 or 40.
Hey, Bub, we need this stock at 100.
Yeah, right. In your dreams.
Can you find borrows for GME?
Do I need to find borrows for stock, Bruno?
Probably not.
Maybe you do. Not me.
Hey, I'll be in a structured product soon. One day.
I make side bets with banks. You trade in the market. We're not the same. Not the fucking same. What's up, son?
Yo, what up?
How are you?
Not bad. Just had an observation.
Yeah.
I get your frustration, man.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, like, in a world where dividends aren't being paid as much to investors, doesn't it even make sense to like value these things based on solely fundamentals,
It's a good question. It's a good question.
right? It's like people are treating these as trading cards.
You know, that's all true. As they say, when the water goes out, we learn who is swimming naked. And all these people have an affinity for nudity. And I will be exposing all of you. I will be fully clothed with trunks and a t-shirt. I was swimming that way. You were swimming naked. Why? Because I buy stocks that are valuable with great assets. You want to buy memes, not you, Saad. All the people listening, all these nerds, nerds that think that they know how to invest, but they never learned the real way.
Martin, I gotta ask, man. I gotta ask. It's been a while. What's up with the Wu-Tang album? Where is it? Can you play it?
Yeah, I was playing it earlier.
So you still have it?
Well, I found the buyer. I sold the the physical copy of the album, but I kept the digital copies that I sent to me and my friends. So the buyer wasted millions of dollars. And this is the Skrelly move. That's what Skrelly does, makes Skrelly moves. It's a classic.
You think Pleaser's actually going to release it when they say?
Pleaser hasn't released shit. I played it the other day on a Spaces, which was unfortunately deleted because it may or may not have had criminal evidence in it. But regardless, that space is gone. All right, Pulte is here, so I have to.
I'm excited though.
One sec. Pulte is here, so I have to stop trolling. He's a serious guy, and I'm a serious guy too. And I don't want to keep trolling while he's here because I don't want to think wrong of me. Because I like some of the other guys. I think they're his sons, maybe. I talk to sometimes, so I don't want to be inappropriate. So I say a lot of stuff to entertain you guys. I don't necessarily always mean every single thing I say, but I do think the stock is overvalued. I'm gonna be honest about that. But I did see. I will give you a little credit where the credit's due. You always have to do that, no matter what. The company has gotten a lot more efficient. I was trying to look at revenue per store and revenue per employee. And on those types of efficiency metrics, the company's gotten much more efficient. I still think that no matter what, you sort of have this, you're brushing up against this problem of being in kind of this lousy business. It doesn't mean that they can't make it work, but why bother paying for that when you can pay for something a little more dynamic and exciting? And I like boring stocks, but this isn't a boring stock at a good price. It's kind of like, I struggle to see how they can make it worth 10 billion, with process improvement, organizational improvement, efficiency improvements, things like that. just on its own, let alone kind of exceeding that such that you'd be this excited about a stock, right? I mean, if you are that excited about a stock, and sometimes I've gotten excited about stocks in my career, you think it might be worth 20 billion or 30 billion, right? Because if it's at 10 billion now, you wouldn't sit there and say, oh, I'm thrilled it's worth 10 billion. You would sell it and find another stock. So you must think it's worth 20 or 30 or 40 billion. Well, I see 2 billion on the balance sheet. That's it. I don't see the retail business as being worth a lot. It's kind of hard to fathom that. And in this world, we do not give credit for things that haven't been done yet. We might give a little bit of credit, but when I put $1 million in Founders Fund, they don't tell me, Martin, it's worth 10 million. They go and invest, they try hard, they work, and then they send me an update every year and they say, well, I think our portfolio is worth 1.5 million now. And I say, great. And they say it might be worth 2, or it might be worth 3 if I'm really lucky. And that's how investing works. You don't automatically say, well, I just gave you the $1 million and I think you're a good investor, Peter Thiel, who is maybe one of the best ever. So automatically, and he says, well, thank you very much. I am a great investor. I think the $1 million you just gave me is worth 5. It doesn't work that way. We don't revalue investments just because the person's a good investor. In this case, Ryan Cohen is probably a very good manager. And we love to invest with good managers, right? That's the whole point of capitalism. And one of the things I will say, and again, I'm giving the credit where the credit's due, and I'm going to say some things I normally don't say because I'm an esteemed guest. One of the problems with value investors, and I have another esteemed guest here, Mike Howe. And I see Pulte just left. one of the things value investors don't talk about that's not that we tend to forget is that when you forecast or try to value a company, the company isn't sort of this monolithic thing that isn't living, moving, breathing organism. It is. It's changing every day, and the changes typically come from management. Management has to do.
So Martin, what you're saying?
You don't interrupt me. You don't do that ever again. Ever. I'm on a nice little roll here. And he screwed up my juju. So anyway, management is very important, and it's hard for a value investor to kick the tires, scrutinize everything he can or she can, and determine the value of the company in a vacuum. Because if you did that with Tesla or Nvidia or any other great company, Microsoft or others, you'd have a really hard time as a value investor or a deep value investor because you don't know what management's going to bring to the table. You don't know what rabbit they're going to pull out of the hat. You don't know what investments they're going to make that could potentially change the business, right? How do you forecast those things? You can't. Now, I've developed some ways to try, but it's pretty hard to sort of determine where and when management, what they're going to be doing so that you can navigate accordingly. Now, on the flip side, we can see what GameStop's doing. Nothing. What are they doing? They created an NFT marketplace. Wow, what foresight. What genius. This is the guy, right? Ryan Cohen, he's the guy. He's the guy we're all excited about, right? He's the guy that's going to save your ass because you bought a stock that is $2 billion in cash. It's trading for $10 billion. You're long, so you think it's worth 20 or 30 billion. Some of you idiots think it's worth 100 billion. Okay. Well, what do they have that's worth any of that? An NFT marketplace? Guess what? OpenSea is basically worth 0. Okay? Nothing. And, I mean, you guys gave up on the NFT marketplace, so I give a little credit for that, too. Might as well cut and run and realize how dumb this was. Shut it down. Never speak of it again. Sure. But what's next? What's next for GameStop? How are we going to bridge the gap between 2 billion and 10 billion. This moron right here on my YouTube says it's called mergers and acquisition. Ever heard? Yes, as a matter of fact, I have 25 years of buying companies in pharmaceuticals. And again, nobody gives you credit for something you haven't done yet. You actually have to do the merger. And people actually have to get excited about it. Because most of the time, if you have a big pile of capital, guess what? Everyone else has got a big pile of capital. And everyone else is trying to multiply their money with more money. You're looking for the same bargains. Everyone's showing up to the same auction. I'm in the process of buying a company. Yeah, I've heard of mergers and acquisitions. I'm in the process of putting down 9 figures to buy a company. And guess what? There's a bunch of other people looking to buy it too because they sense the same bargain that I do. And guess what happens because of that? The price gets more fair. I thought I was getting a bargain. This other guy, smart guy, shows up. He's willing to pay more than me. Crap. Now it's not such a bargain. I might have to not do this deal. That's how M&A works. You're not going to turn 2 billion into 10 billion risklessly. You may be able to do it. People have done it. People have done better than that. But based on what we know about Ryan Cohen, the last time he tried to make some money, he tried an NFT marketplace. And I see a bunch of disclosures in the 10Q and 10K about writing down loss from digital assets, write-offs, etc. Not the stuff legends are made of. You know? I hope you find those M&A targets, because guess what? You can call Jefferies. You can call Barclays. You can call Deutsche Bank. That's what an investment banker's job is. You call them up, 1-800-JEFFERIES. They'll find a way to spend that $2 billion real quick. They'll get a 5% fee. So, Mr. Cohen, I got the perfect company for you. Here it is. And they're getting pitched every day, every minute from VCs, private equity, you name it. And one day he's going to put that $2 billion to work. But maybe he'll fuck it up like he fucked up the NFT thing. Or maybe he's a brilliant M&A guy who's going to find that company that's worth $10 billion for $2 billion. Now let's say he does that. What do you have now? Well, the $2 billion cash is gone. And he found the $10 billion company, so he made a hero's trade. And guess what you're left with? A $10 billion company, which is what the price is right now. That's what you're hoping he breaks even with a genius trade. Oh, no. You're hoping he turns $2 billion to $20 billion. Well, that's even easier than 2 to 10. Come on. I wasn't born yesterday. Neither were you. Stop being stupid. Who wants to ask a question? This is ticking me off. You just talk. You don't have to raise your hand. I'm not being polite. You don't gotta be polite. Just talk one.
You finally turned out the fucking block shit. You got your, to get your rant out. I appreciate that. You know, you gotta get that shit out of your chest, out of your head, all that. I appreciate that, man. I gotta do that once in a while too.
Okay, what's your question?
Question? Oh, I don't know if I had a question. Just raising your hand. I mean, that's what I did. But
listen, guy, I'm already a little pissed off. Now you're pissing me off even more. So, what do you want to say?
Don't kick me out. Come on, man.
What do you want to say? Go ahead.
It didn't necessarily have to be a question.
Speak your mind, buddy. Speak your mind. You got the floor. Don't stop filibustering.
Whatever. Dude, I ain't that smart.
Yeah, I can tell. I can fucking tell. What do you want to talk about?
I was gonna say, like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure we're sitting at home, and Ryan Cohen is probably rip as fuck. So
good for him.
Yeah, cool to talk shit. I don't know him. He ain't my buddy.
Listen, I've been an investor a long time. Some managers are good. Some managers are bad. Some were good. Then they become lazy. We don't know what he is right now. We're going to see. He's going to put up or shut up. And so far, he put up an NFT marketplace. He thought that was genius.
Well, I don't know if there's facts on that.
Well, facts? That's what he did. Do you remember? That was supposed to be... I remember when I was talking when I was talking shit. Hold on. I remember when I was talking shit about GameStop 2 years ago. I said, GameStop and AMC are overvalued. AMC went down 95%. And people said, no, you don't understand. Movies are coming back, Martin. No, you don't understand. We have a gold mine or a silver mine or some bullshit. and we're gonna sell popcorn. I said, okay. I added that all up, and I said it's still worth nothing. And GameStop, people said, now GameStop again. GameStop, AMC makes GameStop look like Nvidia. It really does. It is that AMC was that bad. But for GameStop, people said, Martin, you don't understand. We're getting into NFTs. It's gonna be a big deal. Digital collectibles. I know that space. It's very crowded. Anybody who's taken 6 months of JavaScript. Anybody who's taken 6 months of JavaScript can make an NFT marketplace. Bruno can do it. Brunito over here. Forget Saad. You don't even want to know what Saad could do. Saad could do that in his sleep. NFT marketplace, quick JavaScript, add a little Mongo database, make an Express server if you want, and it's over. 3 weeks, tops. And it failed. Everyone bought a loop ring name. Do you remember this? Does this not ring a bell to you? Anyway, Josh, what's up, man?
Hey, about we're soliciting questions and stuff, and I don't know, I'm just theorizing that, and we just see this dynamic activity of elevator wealth and poverty with this GameStop action going up and down like nothing else, and has no basis in reality. But if
Correct.
have some changes, perhaps, like if GameStop would adopt some things like maybe being like those live service arcades, maybe being like a VR arcade, maybe restoring like a rentals like Blockbuster back in the day.
Everyone has an idea, right? But there's one guy in charge, and he's got to decide what to do. And so far, he's closed some stores, but the company still loses money. They gave us the Q1 update. Guess what the update is? We're still losing money. We're a much smaller company now. Somehow that's supposed to be a good thing.
I think the best part of that would be just for the price to compress down to a point where someone that would come in and adopt those changing policies would buy it up and then make those changes happen, perhaps.
Well, I think that they have a CEO everyone loves, right?
He's not getting after it.
He's not doing the. I agree with you. He's not doing the job. Where's the growth? Where's the success? Where's the M&A you're talking about? You know, I
think
think
the shareholders a bit more power into injection, like the shareholding votes and stuff like that, or maybe if we wait for the price to go down enough for someone else that might want to take their hand at it, might get some support.
You're speaking some blasphemy right now. Most people really like Ryan Cohen.
I wish you would be more adaptive to the changing economy.
Now I hope everyone listens to that right now, because you know what that is? That's called a frustrated ape. And you all soon will be frustrated too. Give it another year. You think in 2026, when GameStop's $11, you're going to be diamond-handed? You're going to be crowing right now? No, you're not. You're going to be pissed. You're going to say, I hate this Ryan Cohen. We need a new CEO. A new CEO will fix us, and then you'll start this process over and over again. What's up, Chris?
Hey, yeah, so I agree with you that the stock is, like, the company is super overvalued for where it's at and where it looks like it's going. But I wonder, like, if that's the case, and if you're right, which I think you are, why not just do a massive short sale?
Yes, exactly. I agree.
Yeah, well, the other side of that is, like, if this cycle continues for a while, they could continue to sell more shares, raise more money, and then if they got really good at M&A, then potentially actually get into that value at some point.
It's a whole lot of ifs. I got to tell you, if I go to the park and I do 1,000 push-ups every day and run 6 miles a day, I might be really jacked, and then I might get a supermodel girlfriend, and then, I might hang out with Elon Musk and go on his spaceship. But unfortunately, all of those ifs aren't going to come true. You're a sophisticated guy. You know how it is.
Are you betting on it, though, like on the short?
Yes.
That's kind of what I think is. I think that you can actually swing it in both directions for a while, because I think it'll be like 3 or 4 more of these cycles before the writing's on the wall.
I mean,
The music stops.
I think the music stops when there's a downturn, an economic downturn. And stocks like GameStop will trade at cash value, like $6.
Right. Yeah.
And good stocks, good companies, you'll get a great bargain for them. Like, you might be able to get Nvidia at $1 trillion. You might be able to get Apple at half its price now, or a quarter, or something like that, 2/3 of its price.
So you're talking about all the music.
I'm talking about what naturally happens. We haven't had a nice downturn since 2008, and I'm not saying I'm bearish or anything. I'm just saying, because I don't know, who knows. But I'm just saying that we're a little overdue for a little bit of a bear run, and when a bear run happens, which I think is inevitable, the shittiest, crappiest stocks with the worst business models, like, I don't know, trying to sell physical games in a 2024, those are the kinds of stocks that'll get hurt the most. The apes will be extinct. I'm going to be celebrating in Dusseldorf with my Deutsche Bank bankers who put on a glorious total return swap for Shkreli. There'll also be some Nomura guys there. We'll be high-fiving. Maybe some other bankers, BNP Paribas, Barclays, all my Euro bankers who love to just give Shkreli credit. Shkreli, you want to short 5 million shares of GameStop? You don't have any cash for collateral? No problem.
Right, that's all you need. Collateral, and that's a sure thing in the long run. That's basically it.
Martin, I have to head out pretty quick here.
Yes, what do you want?
Oh, hey, no, I was going to let you know I got to head out pretty...
I don't don't know you. I don't give a fuck whether you've been head out or not. What's your problem? What do you want?
Oh, no, it wasn't a problem or anything like that.
It is a problem, you fucking fuckface. Now talk.
Wow, Jesus H, man. Wow, didn't know you hated me so much.
I don't know you. You don't say anything.
Martin, all I was going to say, so you got a pretty big crowd in here, I don't know, shit. But anyway, tell him...
You're done, man. You're done. You're done. Don't ever come back here again. You're done.
Martin, what do you think that economic indicator you mentioned before, what do you think that's going to be?
I don't know.
Unemployment? It already started a little bit today.
I was going to say it all kind of comes together, and, there's smarter macro guys. I suggest you follow someone like Michael Cow or others. But look, there always is some kind of downturn. We're not going to go 3 decades without a downturn, right? Like, it's going to happen. Is it going to happen this year or next year? I don't know. But eventually, there'll be an economic downturn. Stocks will drop. GameStop will drop a lot. Because you're going to look at your Robinhood account. You're going to look at your mortgage payment or your rent. And you're going to say, gee, I can't pay my rent with GameStop stock. I got to pay it with cash. So I'm going to sell this GameStop stock because it's a big asset for me, because I'm all in like an idiot. And I got to pay for that operation. Or one of my girlfriends hit me up last night and needed money for rent. I said, of course, babe. I sent her cash. I didn't send her GameStop stock because they don't take GameStop stock where she lives. She probably bought some of this fucking stuff. That's why she needs money for rent. This bitch. Anyway.
I'm going to be up front here. I'm going to be up front, and I want your tomorrow morning. What's the play on GameStop? What are we doing tomorrow morning?
I don't play for tomorrow morning. What I play for is private jets to Dusseldorf and Berlin, signing the swap with Klaus, signing the swap with the American bankers. I won't name their names, B and G, who've taken care of me for a long time, who look at the German banker and say, this is our most sophisticated American client. And they know they're lying. And they say, this man deserves the bank's resources. Now, they don't care. Why? Because they get paid a bonus for the swap. They get a little taste, right? So if the German headquarters lets me trade $1 billion, they might get a $10 million bonus, maybe even a piece. So I take the swap, and they say, you're going to maintain a diversified portfolio with this and all that. And I said, yeah, of course. Then I go all in short GameStop. And they can't do shit about it because they already committed to it. The bankers got the bonus. The only guy fucked here is Klaus, if the trade goes wrong, which it won't. And Klaus doesn't care because he's backstopped by the German government. which can't let Deutsche Bank fail. Deutsche Bank has $1 trillion balance sheet. What do you think's on that $1 trillion balance sheet? All kinds of shitty trades like this one. I mean, other shitty trades, not mine. Mine's good.
I was going to say all roads lead back to Deutsche Bank.
Good old
What are you
DB.
exposing?
Dumb bank.
So, question for you. I don't know if I've heard this brought up yet. I haven't been listening for super long. I sat in for a little bit yesterday while I was writing some code. I don't invest. I run an AI startup, so I don't have time. I was just listening yesterday while I was writing some code. But one thing I haven't heard brought up is, like, you know, personally for me, if I could think of a business that was worse to get into than selling games in a physical store, it would be selling consumer hardware. You can go listen. There's like 1,000 YC videos out there.
Are there?
About the pitfalls of getting into a hardware business or a hardware startup.
Really?
The upfront capex expenses, the competition, the supply chain issues with China.
Well, hold on. Let me take a step back there. It's interesting what you're saying there, because I'm trying to dissect that. So, obviously, getting into hardware to make something that competes with NVIDIA is probably risky and scary.
Are you talking about like going or something like that?
No. I'm talking about GameStop's pivot into selling controllers.
Sure.
I heard someone talking yesterday about how this is going to be the savior.
Branded controllers,
I didn't hear
branded.
I didn't hear anyone bring up like just how crappy of a business like selling consumer hardware actually is, and how fraught it is. And I'm sure GameStop is not doing this as their core competency, right? They're probably contracting this out.
It's another.
That comes further peril. And I feel that just underscores the illegitimacy of this pivot.
It's a good question. Let me give you my 2 cents. So they obviously have some kind of channel, right? They have a channel where they have some kind of volume, right? They have $5 billion in revenue. So they're doing some kind of business there. I actually don't think it's that stupid, because for example, a pharmacy. A pharmacy loves to sell these in-house generics, right? The branded generics, which are their white label in-store generic equivalent. So when you go there, there's like Walmart's Claritin or CVS's Claritin. And they actually get a good margin on that, because retail margin could be as little as 10%, 20%, but the margin on those kinds of things can be a lot higher. Now, I don't disagree that selling branded, like, I don't know, like USB, like all these peripherals, like, you know, printer cords or like, I don't know, shit like that is pretty low-end electronics that anybody can do, and Amazon's going to do better. And like, I don't see that being some kind of like pathway to success. But, you know, while you have that distribution channel, why not sell a little higher margin stuff, do the contracting? You know, you can maybe get away with a 50% margin on some of that stuff and, you know, get it to work. But to me, it's almost like there's a reason Radio Shack went bankrupt, right? It's kind of hard to get this to work, but you know, I don't know. Maybe it's not the worst thing ever. We'll see what happens. If it works, we're going to see higher gross margin. We're going to see profits. We haven't seen any of that yet. So, does that make sense to you? I mean, I think you're right. Like,
it makes sense, but just not the business that I personally would want to be in.
No, it's about as bad as it gets. I mean, he tried something really innovative. He tried NFTs, swung and missed. Now he's kind of going the other direction, a little bipolar, saying let's just make a nice bricks and mortar retail company and really get it operating great. Why don't we just get this $5 billion in revenue to be profitable? Easier said than done. Everyone's trying to do the same thing. You know, they're one of the few retailers that sells games and electronics. They're one of the few guys standing. Everyone else went bankrupt. So I don't know. To me, this is wishful thinking, and this is going to be a painful lesson. I love giving out painful lessons to people. You know, and you're gonna probably quit the stock market. You're probably not going to say, you know what, Shkreli, you're right. Teach me more. You're gonna say, I'm done with stocks. It's a rigged game. I hate stocks. I quit. And you're gonna quit stocks for a long time. Maybe you'll try to buy real estate or something. And then you'll come back to stocks 10 years from now when some other GameStop type bullshit happens. I read you guys like a book. Anybody else want to talk Cobra?
Yo, hi.
What's up, man?
Can you hear me properly?
Yeah.
So I've been watching your stream like for an entire day about the game stuff and how it doesn't just make sense, and I understand that like shorting is the smart thing to do, but I think you haven't said anything about the timing. Or do you not think that you might be just rushing with the short? Maybe like in next week you would find a better price.
Sure.
Time to short.
It's always the age-old question of investing. To me, a lot of that is voodoo. There are people who are good at it and better at it than me. My coworkers are much, much better at it. So I don't always love to try to time everything because I think it's like, random, stochastic. It's just like you make your bet that it's a short. You might be early, you might be late, but you do it. And you got to make your bet. And if you're good at these kinds of bets, your good luck and your bad luck more or less cancel each other out. And some people can make it skill where they seemingly have a sixth sense, where they're in the matrix or something and they can see what the future price is. I can't do that. Best thing I could do is do my homework, do my research, rely on years of experience, even do some calls like this, or maybe if I miss something, to pick it up. Somebody with half a brain gets up on here and says, well, Martin, didn't you know that a quarter of the stores are actually profitable and they'd be doing 100 in cash flow if they just shut down everything else? And I say, oh, whoa, I can't short that. Hold up. But nobody's done that. And, I just let it rip, man. I don't sit there and worry and hem and haw about, oh, can I get in at 35 instead of 32 or 36 or 38? Yeah, I'd rather get in at 38 than 32. But I don't know if it's going to go to 38. It might go to 28 before it goes to 38. It's instinct, and my instinct tells me this is a fine time to hit it. But, we'll see. I could be wrong. It's a good question. Timing, that's a good question for somebody who has that skill. Steve Cohen, someone like that. Someone who's really sharp at that sixth sense. I am not sharp at that sixth sense. I'm sharp at analyzing the fundamentals of businesses. I'm very sharp at figuring out what companies are full of shit. And this one stinks. Stinks like my cat's litter box.
So let's say you miss the timing, and it's early, and the price goes up. Like, what's the next step you're taking, if the trade isn't going your way? Like,
Average the price down, load up on more shorts.
Okay.
No, don't listen to Bruno.
That shit's going to zero, come on.
Well,
yeah, I just want to know the next step.
Yes.
Because obviously, we would like to know the best timing.
At 35, there's some panicked phone calls. At 40, this is the Brooklyn Bridge, 682 feet. And at 45, there's the Chrysler Building, 1,250 feet. It's got to go down, okay? There's not many choices here. Why do you think I'm doing this call? I don't have the time or patience for this thing to keep going up. And those guys in Germany will kill me. So, yeah, we can't let it go up. All right? We can't let it.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Can't let it go up. We're gonna.
Look, they won't kill you if you kill yourself fast,
That's right. And the other, well, the secret there are a couple secret weapons. First of all, there's Nomura. Nomura lost $2 billion lending my boy Bill Wang, who's at trial right now. Good luck, Bill. You beat this. They lent Bill Wang a lot of money. They lost $2 billion there. But Nomura is so desperate, just like Deutsche Bank. Nomura is so desperate to be in the game in the U.S. They want the U.S. market share versus Goldman and Morgan Stanley, the guys who really make the money in the U.S. I can't deal with those guys. They won't deal with me. But Nomura says, oh, we need to give this guy money. So I'll go to Nomura, borrow another $1 billion, bail out my Deutsche Bank short, and stay in the game a little longer.
Did you disclose earlier what your entry point was?
It's like, unfortunately, I think it starts with a 2 instead of a 3.
Alright.
I just wanted to add free Bill. Definitely free
He
Bill.
did nothing wrong.
Get him back home where he belongs.
He did nothing wrong.
But if it goes to 40, though.
If it goes to 40, we got a problem. We got a serious problem. But it can't go to 40 because it's not a $20 billion company. It's not worth $20 billion. It's not worth $5 billion. So how's it going to...
Hey, Martin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Not trying to interrupt you, but I think the thing that is getting ignored here is I think you're dead on. The fundamentals are completely out of whack with GameStop. It makes no sense to own this stock. But the reason and the motivation that everyone is, funneling behind it is to get back at guys who take that view, who are the very kind of Wall Street view of hey, this makes no sense, because those are the guys who are going to go short, and that was what led to the short squeeze in 2021. Was they took, the Wall Street guys took that very narrow-sighted view of the fundamentals don't make any sense, and then set the stage for every one of the retail guys to come in and be like, hey, listen, we don't care because fuck you. And I think that's primarily the motivation of most of these holders of GameStop, and the saga that we've seen here is just fuck you, Wall Street.
And they will pay the price for that hubris. That...
I mean, that's why it's always been called dumb money.
Well, there's a bottomless pit of capital to keep buying the short position.
So I have a question.
Hey, Mark.
No, I agree.
Can I respond? Thank you, Chris. I don't disagree. One of the reasons that I'm here is to try to show people what a big mistake they're making. That throwing away hard-earned money that your family is going to depend on, that you're going to depend on when you're older, is foolish and crazy. And you should buy a company that's going to help you retire and help your friends and family. Instead, this is going to send you to the poorhouse. But if you insist on going to the poorhouse, I'll be more than happy to take all your money. The last guy who tried, our great friend who ran a great hedge fund called Melvin Capital, Gabe, you guys took some of his money. Okay, fine. But you can't keep doing it, and I'm here to collect the rest. Say hello to the bad guy. Say hello to me. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make sure that Roaring Kitty... I don't know what's going to happen to him. Let's just put it that way. I don't know what's going to happen to him. Shit happens all the time. It's unpredictable. We'll see what happens to him. I don't think it's going to end well. Let's just put it that way. And I think GameStop stock will be single digits. And I'll be sitting on a big mountain of Nomura Deutsche Bank cash. And you'll all be sitting there looking at your Robinhood, hitting refresh like, what's happening? Why isn't it going up? Why isn't it going up?
Speaking of that, Martin, where do you see NVIDIA ending with the most? So are we shorting? So we're shorting GameStop tomorrow morning. Is that my understanding?
I think you should be short it, but that's just me.
Only go short if you can ride until it breaks.
But how badly is the Robinhood settlement going for GameStop that this is coming back again and Roaring Kitty is pushing this meme surge?
I don't know what their settlement situation is.
It's been allegedly near settlement. It must not be going quite in the favor that Roaring Kitty wants it to be going into if he's resurfaced, right?
Do you think that has something to do with it? I don't know. I think he's just trying to capitalize on the big investment he made in social media many years ago, and he's trying to get rich for himself. And it might work for him, it might not, but it certainly seems he's coming pretty close to breaking the law. And I don't really respect the law myself, but I saw Jim Cramer snitching on him right to Gary Gensler. And Gary didn't say, hold on, Jim. People have a First Amendment right. They're allowed to tweet what they want. He didn't say that.
I think this is 100% like a settlement tactic because you know, like
Settlement with who?
The Robin Hood settlement, because if it was going well, he would be super well off and not needing to surge the price again like he did to get the initial settlement.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think that Roaring Kitty's trying to make $1 billion.
If Robin Hood is going to be settling outside of court, wouldn't they be committing fraud? Like Trump was just found guilty of?
No, why?
Do you remember
I'm being facetious.
Fox News and
okay.
Carlson kind of
Let's focus.
forced him into settlement?
Let's focus on this matter. We're focused on GameStop fundamentals.
Oh my God, I was being facetious. You guys
And
have no sense of humor.
let's focus on GameStop fundamentals, which is what matters here.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I was just gonna say, momentum and ignition, FINRA. That's exactly, I think, what he's violating.
Sorry?
There's something called momentum ignition.
Why don't you describe that to me? I've never heard that.
It's one of the rules in FINRA, which is basically it's a type of market manipulation, which is basically that's specifically I think what they're going to come after with.
Well, FINRA's an SRO. It doesn't technically it doesn't set rules. It can kick out its members, right? But it's not a government organization or anything. The SEC, and he's not a FINRA member, right?
No, I think he is.
Well, he's got a Series 7 or something, but he's not a bank.
He has a lot of
You can,
certifications.
yeah, but you can take the certifications away. You can't take his trading account away, right? So you can't ban somebody from trading. So it's not
Right,
like.
but I think that's why they're gonna be able to take out his all of his trading accounts.
Yeah, they can take out they can close his trading account because they feel like it, right? Like they don't even have to say anything. They could just say.
Referring to Roaring Kitty?
Yeah.
Yeah, because E-Trade, basically E-Trade's threatening to shut him down, and
You guys don't think there's a sliver of a chance that he's indicted for this?
That's what I'm talking about. So what I was saying was that I saw Kramer on TV today with Kramer has a law degree, by the way, and he's very much an establishment figure. I know Jim. I like him a lot. I think he's super smart, but don't get it twisted. He's a powerful guy that has a lot of connections. He's got Gary Gensler 10 feet away from him, and he basically is sitting there saying, hey, this guy just did something illegal. Why aren't you busting him? And Gensler is kind of doing this crazy backpedaling. If you noticed, he was like, well, I can't talk about it. When instead, what he could have said was, Jim, I can't control a guy who tweets. That's not my job. He's allowed to tweet whatever he wants. Just because other people buy a stock because he likes it, nothing wrong with that. Did he say that? Nope. He just stood there stuttering, and I could read his eyes and say, Kitty might be in trouble, man. I don't like that. I don't like that at all, by the way. I like the game played fair and square. I think he's going to lose on his own merits. I don't want government, kind of coming in and messing things up because they're upset at Roaring Kitty. But looks like they're upset at Roaring Kitty, so I wish them luck on that one.
Are they upset at Roaring Kitty, or is Ken Griffin influencing them to
Oh no.
be upset at Roaring Kitty?
I don't think Ken Griffin knows what Roaring Kitty is.
Ken Griffin loves this shit, man. Massive spreads, no liquidity. He's raking the cash.
Yeah, this is big money for him. Yeah, he doesn't care. The Ken Griffin stuff is the funniest to me, but
Yeah, people act like they're sticking it to him, and this dude's literally the first time, right after everyone acts like they're sticking it to him, Citadel reports the biggest profit of all time. It's what the hell are these people thinking?
sad. Anyway, any GameStop fans in here? Anyone want to tell me why I'm wrong? Want to save Deutsche Bank some money before it's too late?
I got a question, actually.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, Roaring Kitty has 5 million shares, 120,000 call options, effectively in control of 17 million shares. I'm just, curious. I don't know the answer, but I'm curious if there's a potential, liquidity issue within the market if he decides to exercise those calls. I hear a lot of people say that he can't because he doesn't have the money, but I don't think anyone really knows that. So I'm just
think so. I mean, when you buy an option, somebody else sells it to you, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we're presuming that they're covered and that they have shares to give, but that's kind of what I'm like wondering about is.
I mean, what do you think James Street and Susquehanna do for a living? I mean, this is like their thing, right? Like, you know, those firms have a lot of money, a lot of capital, and they can. That's only a couple percent of the shares outstanding. It's not even 5%.
Well, it's about 5% from what I understand.
Yeah, that's not much, right? I mean.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess that's the question. So like, you feel really confident that even given that like exposure, like they're totally fine. This is totally just like a short waiting to happen and rigging it.
Yeah, I mean, it's good business for them, as Bruno just said. I mean, it's a fantastic day. You know, they make money anytime somebody trades an option. These guys make a little money, and their computers know how to do that. And you know,
with them having to cover those shares, they're buying them, which is also, you know, it's creating a factor of gamma that's forcing the price up.
True.
That is kind of the point, yeah. Like, especially if he exercises all those calls at like the same time, and there's this like massive liquidity, dearth, like at that moment, like people will have to buy, people will have to spend that money and drive the price up, though, right? Like,
Maybe, you know, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. What if he's in jail by then?
Could happen, but I mean, and like I get it, like I'm not long this stock either, man. But like, you know, the notion that like it's a shitty business that shouldn't be valued where it is now, and it certainly can't go any higher. I think is, I mean, in this particular case, kind of a flawed premise because that's what we said.
What happened when the stock was? Well, what happened when the stock was? Let me go look. Let's see. I don't know. A few months ago, when the stock was at $10. What'd you say then?
Sure. Well, I say that the interest in the stock was a lot lower than it
Okay,
is now.
it'll be back lower at some point when people realize there's nothing here. It was all bullshit.
I'm not agree with you. I'm just saying that in the interim, like it's a timing thing, right? Like
Yeah.
in the next, like,
The
month,
great time. A great time to sell. A great time to sell something is when everyone's euphoric and idiotic about it. There are no GameStop Twitter Spaces a few months ago when it was 10. All was happening was a bunch of apes saying, "Gee, I'm gonna have to work overtime. My Robinhood account's really low, and I don't know what's gonna happen. How am I gonna make ends meet? I bought all this GameStop stock, and it's worthless." And now there's Twitter Spaces. So what's a good time to sell? Now. Great time to short and sell, because in 6 months, nobody's going to be talking about GameStop. We're going to be talking about NVIDIA hitting $5 trillion. We're going to be talking about OpenAI going public. We're going to be talking about cool stuff. We're not going to be talking about this bullshit, because this is bullshit.
OpenAI is not going public, Martin.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yo, Martin.
What's up?
Are you winning?
What?
Are you winning?
Winning what?
Steak, bro. I know the fucking sound of the slot when I hear one, brother.
What are you talking about?
Dude, I hear some slot machines going off. I know the bells.
I think you're talking about my YouTube notification sound.
Shit, dude. I'm itching, dude. I heard
Do
it.
you think Martin of all people would be gambling on stake?
All right, well, we need a new lineup up here. See if we can get some fresh blood. Any GameStop fans?
Hey Martin, how are you doing?
What's up, man?
So I'm just curious. Obviously, GameStop doesn't work at all on the fundamentals across the board of anything. But does it matter if just people are bidding it up? I think GameStop is bullshit. It's not worth anything as a company. But you know, looking at a crypto, Ethereum Classic, is Ethereum Classic worth that? It's only worth that because there's another moron that will buy it.
Correct.
Do you think it has? Does it have to be different for stocks? Like I know this is a kind of a new effect where stock prices are going high or down and things along those lines, but does it have to be that different than crypto? Like no one's like, oh my god, I can't believe people are spending this much on Ethereum Classic. How stupid. Because
it's a great short, by the way. Ethereum Classic is a fantastic short, and so is Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV. Here's the thing: in 1999, in 1998, two very large hedge funds, both of which I'm very connected to, Soros and Tiger, closed after great losses, shorting the dot-com bubble. In 2000, I worked at a hedge fund that made 35% that year, shorting the dot-com bubble. So yes, timing matters a lot. The obvious to all of us is it's obvious. You know, the Tiger was short all the shitty dot-coms. So was Soros. It was a tough thing to do in 99, 1 year early. Just 1 year early before it all blew up. What made it all blow up? It's kind of a money velocity thing. It's a sentiment thing. It's a bunch of different things that all kind of swirled together to have what some people call a Minsky moment. It's pretty unpredictable. Nobody knows. But that's also why you don't go crazy. You know, those funds had a lot of exposure, a lot of leverage. You know, you just make a little bet. Make a little bet. And when it all falls apart, you know, you're going to look back and say, oh, I wish it was a bigger bet. Sure. But,
you know, maybe the better catalyst, because everyone here, they believe, like, or I guess the GameStop people, they believe some big thing is coming, and it's going to force the price up, the short squeeze, things like that, which obviously doesn't, you know, that doesn't exist to the same way in crypto or anything along those lines, at least not to that level. Do you have any knowledge for these people to be like, listen, it's not going to be forced up because Citadel hasn't closed or something. It might be forced up because you guys are all regarded and buying it over each other for more and more, but it's not going to go up because of some fantastic short squeeze that'll never stop.
yeah. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, right? Like, it's just really hard to talk sense into people. And the same thing happened in the dot-com bubble. I can tell you all the stocks in the dot-com bubble I shorted. There are hundreds of them. And I shorted stocks in 2007 too early, using some of the same tactics I described earlier. I had a big problem with Lehman Brothers. Then Lehman went bankrupt. Saved me a couple mil. Really ironic. But look, I don't know, man. It's if you try to make too much sense of it, you kind of lose your mind. You know, I think what's better is you just kind of don't overthink it. Put your short down. If you can buy 100 quality companies at good prices and you short 100 shitty companies at expensive prices, you do fine. And you just don't go all in. You don't go crazy. Maybe you have a stop loss. Maybe you don't. But don't get too wild about it. And I think everything will be fine. I don't know if that helps or not, but I do think that momentum burns itself out. That these things have half-lives. You can't stay excited about something forever. That's why the big squeeze when it went to 400 didn't last for more than what? Half an hour? The second derivative always turns negative. Then the first derivative turns negative. Then people leave. You think Andrew Tate or Dave Portnoy is going to be interested in this? You know, 3 months from now? 6 months from now? A year from now when nothing's happened? No. They're going to have...
How do you feel about this is off topic. How do you feel about Intel as a value play? Everyone says they're not going to be shit until like 2016 with 18A, but you know, I assume by that point the price will be up. How do you feel about them in general?
Yeah, it's probably a decent value play. We'll see what happens. I don't know for sure. Anyway, this guy's this guy did this yesterday. I think showing off the intellect of the GameStop average GameStop holder.
So I have a question. What about this not even being a stock play at all? Just kind of like a zeitgeist change play. Basically, the entire markets all over the world are kind of overregulated, overbearing, and people are looking, and capital is looking for a way out.
Crypto,
and
just crypto.
What's happening is you're getting brand recognition and names that people want to cling to, and they're going to create new stock markets, and those stock markets are going to be decentralized. They're going to be in different jurisdictions, like they're talking about making a new stock market in Texas, and these things are going to explode not on the merit of brick and mortar, but just because people want certain names to be.
No, that's great. I hope people put all their money in GameStop. There'll be more money, less arb less money to chase real arbs, and I'll go buy and build a veritable fortress of great companies like Berkshire Hathaway, while you guys buy GameStop and AMC and some shit coins on top. Maybe you could buy some Caitlyn Jenner coin and Iggy Azalea coin and Dogecoin, and that'll be your fortress of memes and fantasies. And I'll go buy some real companies.
What I'm trying to ask is not really like one thing versus another. I think
That's what
everything goes up forever.
it does matter. I mean, that it does matter, because
No, I'm asking, do you think there's a paradigm to trade here of everything going up forever? Everything
No.
right now that exists is going to get snapshotted and put on a market that never ends. Like, you see that
I
as
think
a possibility.
I think that the markets are weighing machines that are very effective, and there's companies go to zero and can't find new capital. Startup blows up every day. There's guys I'm literally buying a company right now that's literally run out of capital, that cannot find more capital. So, like, especially in good times, like your question is literally a ZERP question, right? Like, there's, that sounds feasible until, there's a bad GDP print, a couple of bad ones.
Well, it's definitely a more out there esoteric type of theory, but my theory is anything that's going on right now is just going to get recorded, and that recording will just never stop.
Why does that make it valuable? Everything is recorded.
Because it's going to go into virtual space, and it's just going to be brand. It won't matter about physical stores, physical companies anymore. It'll just be a name that somebody wants to use or utilize at some point for something, and it won't matter. Like, it doesn't really matter that Dogecoin is a particular type of blockchain or this. It just matters that it has a dog. Like, it's this weird different type of way of thinking about value that just I've seen start to infect everybody's mind at the same time. And when I notice something like that, I go, maybe thinking about the merits of normal companies is starting to change.
Yeah, I think it's true, but I think we'll come back to our senses pretty quickly. Once.
But we haven't for 15 years, and Bitcoin's still going. So.
Well, Bitcoin's a little more real than Dogecoin, but I think
Dogecoin is exactly the same rules. Bitcoin is a different name.
I totally understand that, but I think Bitcoin has gotten adoption. Dogecoin hasn't.
And there's a whole team of developers that maintain Bitcoin Core. The developers of Dogecoin abandoned the project a decade ago, and even they themselves don't understand how it got.
Yeah, but this could be copy and paste, so it goes back to.
Look, I think the reason Dogecoin is up is because Elon props it up. That's. Let me
Elon hasn't said anything really about Dogecoin recently.
Trust me. I know.
It has no.
Elon props it up.
It has no right being 16 cents. I get it.
Elon likes to put money in Dogecoin as a joke, and.
Unless Elon sends Dogecoin to the moon, right? Like promised.
I listen. That's what he likes. That's cool. It's funny for him.
I think you're making rational decisions, and I think things are becoming more irrational and less rational, and I don't think there's an ending point. Because I think in virtual space you can.
It always happens. I mean,
for as long as you want.
This isn't the first time people are trying to. This isn't the first time people have been irrational. It's not the first time people have done this. And you're right. You're fighting with this.
Not with the tools. I think the tools are different now. Before you had phones and you had newspaper and you had
it's
TV.
a lot crazier.
But now you have internet and global memes.
And it means
you have memes that'll go around the globe in a day.
We
didn't have that before.
And that's great, because that means that there's more rationality that can slay irrationality, and there will be blood in the streets, the blood of the paupers who thought they could somehow meme their way to success, while I slay the jugular of this silliness. And then.
I think silliness has value, but I don't have all my money in it, obviously. But I do see something happening that's different than what's happened throughout history.
Tulip bulbs. Tulip bulbs, man. I mean, it's the same shit. Tulip bulbs were 100 times crazier than this.
Digital beanie babies.
Yeah, I don't buy that the world's that different. People with no money will still work for people who do have money, and it's just not. Things aren't going to change that much.
I mean, look, I sold a Dogecoin top, but that doesn't mean I still don't own Dogecoin. I think it's
Buy it.
because I think
That's-
it's got such great fundamentals or something. I don't even look at it anymore because the market.
You have your method. I have mine. You know, it's fine. We'll see who wins in the long run.
Well, no, I think everyone's gonna win.
Good. I again, you have your opinion and I have mine. I don't think everyone's gonna win.
Well, I don't understand. How do you think? Why do you think someone has to lose?
Because the prices of the shit. Because the prices of the shit you're buying are gonna go down.
But they're gonna go back up again. Too.
If you think so, that's like I said.
Just like they're not gonna.
Like I said, and when I talk, nobody talks. That's the rule here. You all can argue amongst yourselves, but when I talk, everyone shuts up. You have some opinions. They have some intellectual merit. Cool. I have my opinions. They have some intellectual merit. You have your, viewpoints, your predictions, and I've got mine. You have your method, and I have mine. I disagree wholeheartedly, but you can't assert your opinion or method as fact. The only thing we can do is wait and see. Time will tell. That's it. And yes, this time is different, so we'll see what happens. Let's get some more people up in here.
I want to understand this from your perspective. Is like, how do you rectify the fact that GME did go to 400? And yeah, I acknowledge that it went down, obviously, but it went up with a big run and then it went down because essentially there was a market manipulation. People could not sell, people could not continue to buy the stock. You could only sell, right? And in that specific instance, which is dubiously legal, yeah, the market crashed under that circumstance. But I don't really understand why it couldn't happen again. We're arguing here. It seems to me that the argument is that the hedge fund in Wall Street can just have more liquidity to throw at the shorts in order to keep shorting it and push it down.
No.
But there's also fucking millions of people that could just buy a couple shares each. And
No, I think that's if you look at things like Dog with Hat, for example, the manias are self-limiting because people pull out of manias. They get excited as it goes up, and then they realize, holy shit, I'm rich. I need to get out of this thing. And that provides liquidity on the sell side. So it's not like, the discipline exists in the stockholders to actually, quote unquote, diamond hand. Everyone will say, well, I sold a little bit to pay this. I sold a little bit to pay that. It's not like, people will just never sell and say, oh yeah, no, I'm in this forever. I'm never going to sell it. Even if 50% of people do that, or 80%, the marginal price moves the price, right? The marginal price prevails. It's set by that, not the diamond handers. The diamond handers actually do themselves a disservice, unfortunately. But yeah, look, can short squeezes happen? Yeah, they happen all the time. It's not really a big deal. You have to be a little lucky. You have to have good timing, but there's not, some magic that a short squeeze is gonna make everything good for bad company. I've dealt with short squeezes my whole life. That was a big short squeeze, but you can also get out of your short and try again, lick your wounds. It's not like, you're going to be right all the time. We're all going to make bad trades.
Disagreeing. I'll stop after this, but I guess the point is just that I think it could go up to $100 again on that premise.
Maybe it can. I'll say this: it definitely can. Anything can happen, but I wouldn't bet on things just because they can happen.
Sure, and that's why I'm out too. That's why I won't touch the stock. I won't short it myself. But anyway, that's all. Thanks for the chance.
Hey Martin, mildly off topic here, but I want to get your opinion on the new Texas exchange and the viability of it competing.
I'm not sure what the goal is there, but I don't know how viable it is. That's not my business. There are people whose lives are the exchange business. We know a couple of them at our company because we make some financial software. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you have any insight on why you think now was a good time for them to go, or again now?
No clue. Not my business. Exchanges are somebody else's business. See, one thing Shkreli won't do, all right? Shkreli won't lie to you and say that he knows everything, because he doesn't. But when Shkreli knows something and he wants to impart his knowledge on you and take his time out of his very busy day petting his cat to tell you something, you better listen, because there are some things I know about, and this is one of them. And if you're buying this stock, you are on the road to perdition. You're on the road to loss, to shame, to emptiness, depression.
Do you think that regulation could help uphold a value play in the long run if the U.S. or globally we start to pivot how we think regulatorily about whether it's Bitcoin or any coin, or in the case of this company, obviously regulation can't save, but for coins specifically.
I'm not sure what you're saying. Try again.
If you see the U.S. start to adopt Bitcoin as a currency with regulation, would that change your opinion on the long-term viability?
Long-term viability of what?
Of the coin being used as a currency.
I like Bitcoin, so I'm not sure what you're asking.
So you said you're what, Bitcoin?
I like Bitcoin.
Okay.
I like it a lot.
Not Dogecoin.
Not Dogecoin, correct.
Okay.
What about GameStop's AI strategy? Have you thought of that?
What's their AI strategy?
I think their AI strategy could involve acquiring companies and building the world's largest large language model as it relates to GameStop.
Stop. Funny, but stop.
GameStop isn't gonna suddenly become Google.
He's joking. It is funny though. That gives me a good laugh.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up?
I just wanted to give my GME thesis.
Okay. Long?
Yeah.
Let's
actually.
go.
So, I once met a man named John McAfee.
Yeah.
And he told me that money follows fun.
Okay.
And I have been having a lot of fun picking up these little clues along the way that Roaring Kitty is leaving.
Okay.
Everything, just fancies my tickle that I find.
Okay.
And so I've taken out a home equity loan as well as my liquidable cash, and kind of just following in McAfee's footsteps to go, all in on this.
I mean, didn't McAfee die and broke and kill himself? Are those footsteps you want to follow?
Every, legend comes to an end, but I just wanted to share my GME thesis, and that's Alex Jones over and out.
Yeah. I mean, McAfee wasn't exactly... I'm not sure what he stood for, or if he was a hero to anyone. Like, he was definitely a maverick, but it was kind of like this lost maverick, almost like a Ted Kaczynski type figure. Anyway, Nebbiolo, what's up?
Hey man, long time no talk. It's been a while, but glad to see you're back.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, this has been a pretty entertaining week, has it not? I mean, I guess my takeaway from all of the comings and goings in the last couple of weeks has been that the meme names, the stock of du jour might change, but the story always remains the same. It seems pretty repetitive, doesn't it? That it's always, there's this amazing turnaround, and if you're not buying in, you're just not seeing it. And I've always found that to be a pretty amusing narrative, and I thought you might comment on just sort of the repetitive nature of these crazy theses. That we're all just not quite seeing the genius of this play.
Well, I mean, I do think you have to be open-minded and careful, because you can get lulled to complacency as a short too. And that if there is something changing and improving You have to be mindful of it, and that's why I'm sitting here checking out revenue per store and revenue per employee. And the company's getting more efficient. I'm not just because it hasn't shown up in the bottom line numbers yet doesn't mean it won't ever. So I think you have to always give your counterparty the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, yes, the counterparties don't have a great representative here that sounds coherent or intelligent, but that doesn't mean they're not collectively intelligent. And it pays to be careful, and pays to be prudent, and look through everything you can and try to make sure that you're not tricking yourself into thinking everyone's stupid but you, because that's a great way to go broke. And that kind of hubris is the exact analog to the hubris of potentially your counterparty. So I think you have to be careful. And I'm still commingling some data here, but I mean, it does seem like the company's operating a little bit better, but it still doesn't seem to me clear how they break through into profitability. Like, some stores do really well, but it seems ephemeral too. Like, I wish I had store level data. Only the management has that, obviously. But like, I also wish I was an expert in retail. Like, I don't know how many stores these days make sense, or like what those square footage footprint is. They stopped disclosing a lot of this stuff, by the way. They used to disclose hardware, software, pre-owned accessories, digital collectibles, other, and they used to make all their money in pre-owned. Back when I worked in a big hedge fund almost 20 years ago, that was the GameStop thesis. They were the pre-owned kings, and they would have like just crazy margins on these pre-owned items, and they would thrive on pre-owned. I think it's still mostly the same, right? But as digital games become more popular, it's hard to trade in your pre-owned game. You could trade in your console maybe, but a lot of these consoles, by the way, are looking more and more like PCs, not exactly like custom hardware. So I think we're going to see longer and longer term sort of machines, and I think we've seen that already. But it'll be interesting to see if that pre-owned business holds up, because there's a lot of ways to trade other pre-owned things. You don't have to go to the store. The store is kind of like the oldest way to do pre-owned trading. Whereas today we have eBay, we've got Amazon, we've got these other things. Like, why do you need this clearinghouse to trade your pre-owned goods where, those clearinghouses have been improved by the internet? You don't need one. Before the internet, there was no one central clearinghouse. That's why the game store was the place that you'd sell your pre-owned asset, and you might buy a pre-owned asset. Now, I just go on eBay, and if I want a pre-owned copy of Grand Theft Auto, I don't need to go to the store. I did before because it was the only place to get it. But now, there's a million places to get it. So I think the pre-owned thesis is gone. And now what you're just dealing with is retail. Retail, for those of you who don't know, is a business where you buy somebody else's good and try to sell it for 20% more. And doing that, you need to have a store. The store's really expensive. You got to have people working there. And guess what? Today in 2024, in stores, people steal shit. There's shrinkage. It sucks. It's a terrible business. And this is the business you're buying a part of. You could be buying a part of NVIDIA. You could be buying a part of Eli Lilly. But you're buying part of this slop. Because you think somebody else is going to buy the slop too. And your slop brothers are going to help make the slop more valuable. Cool. You do that. That's great. I'm not doing that.
Hey, Martin. I know you're a fan of NVIDIA, but I was wondering, do you think that so much of the alpha in the stock market being in these AI stocks is distorting to the overall economy?
Okay, alpha in the AI stocks is doing what to the overall economy?
It's just like distorting the economic picture.
I'm not sure where you're going with that. Like, I mean, NVIDIA's chips have sort of replaced Intel's chips in some ways and allowed deep learning to be possible. Deep learning has some applications that are useful, some that are not. They should be valuable to everyone the same way the internet was. How much that impact will be real, we don't know yet. But certainly in some areas like productivity of programmers, that's very real. Will it be real in law, in finance and accounting and other areas like that? Maybe, maybe not. But, I mean, I think the market's not like obscenely overvalued or something. It's not like, we're in an AI bubble just yet. Maybe the AI stocks are in a bubble, but I don't think that the rest of the market's in a bubble. And in the internet world, the dot-com times, everything was in a bubble. And so right now, I don't think there's a huge distortion yet, but, I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know, is the short answer to that, I guess.
Thanks.
Who likes GameStop here?
I heard you don't like GameStop, Martin.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm curious because I was it's funny this meme cycle is happening. I was at a long short equity fund last time it happened in 2019, 2020, and I remember we were parsing through Reddit and trying to figure out how to keep up with retail. But last time it made sense. It was heavily over the float for shorts. It was so oversold that it had a squeeze. I don't get what's driving the value this time around because they sold a bunch of equity once. They've had 4 years. At least from a metrics perspective, nothing really sticks out. I'm curious on why. Is it purely just retail FOMO and it's going to be a short cycle this time around, or is there something fundamentally there that's pushing this up in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, that's not necessarily my job to understand it. If you were, I don't know, if you were from Mars or something and you were observing humans sitting there and they were buying excrement and then they were, valuing it very highly and putting it in museums and they were haggling over how many resources to use to buy the excrement, you would just sit there and say, these people are nuts. You wouldn't sit there and try to think about why or, start studying it the way they're studying it. And you'd just be like, okay, you guys are weird. You guys are dumb. I'm not going to sit here and almost dignify what the fuck you're doing and pretend it's normal. There's someone here earlier who was trying to normalize this behavior and rationalize it. I think that's a coping mechanism more than it is grounded in some intelligent, sophisticated attempt to understand the world. People do stupid things all the time for whatever reason, and it's not like you have to sit there and parse it and understand it like you're some kind of I don't know. It's just not really what you have to do. And I think we often think that we do have to understand everything. We just don't. It's people will do stupid things. That's it.
Yeah, that's a fair take. I didn't really think about just not give it attention. I thought maybe I was missing because I haven't had time to look at any of this stuff recently, and I just saw it pop up, and I was like, what am I? I gave it a quick glance, and I was like, this doesn't make sense. Maybe there's something there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. Often, the only rational explanation I like to use is when liquidity changes, then people have money. Unemployment's so low right now, and leisure usage is so high. For example, TikTok is a company that I don't think anybody thought there was room for more social media. And what we learned from TikTok is there's way more room than we thought. And that people have more and more hours. And from those hours, you would think, okay, Netflix would lose or YouTube would lose. No, they're up too. So humans have so much more time to goof off right now. And unemployment's at an all-time low. Who's working? We're almost in a UBI state. And in that state, we need entertainment. Well, you can almost view what people are doing at GameStop as entertainment. Let me throw money at the fake stock and shitty company, see what happens. That sounds fun. There are people in Africa starving. You're buying GameStop. Crazy. It's crazy.
Just to kind of piggyback off of what Yogi said there, was that the stage was previously set for the short squeeze back in 2021. So, but like, what's this driver now? And that's this question, because like I think a lot of us all agree that the fundamentals aren't there, but like, what is going on? Why are we getting behind this when this thing's so crazy? But if we actually look at what kind of some of the writers behind the Dumb Money movie said when they were kind of in the writing process for that movie, was that the interviews they went to do with a lot of the people that they based some of like the more regular characters off in the movie, was that they were like very focused on the fact that Roaring Kitty's still in, so I'm still in. And that, I think, is what is the driver for this now, just to speculate a little bit, is that it's kind of just his kind of cult following reigniting around like, he's in, so I should be in.
Where was he before? Why now? What has changed about this business that's useful or interesting?
I think he's also firing his golden bullet. Like, he's built up this social cloud. His position went from, I don't know, like 20, 30 million to whatever was recently quoted, like 200 million plus. I doubt there's that much liquidity for him to fully close his position, so it'll be interesting to see over the next, like, I don't know, 3 to 6 months what happens there.
Totally agree.
Do you guys know, does anybody know how much he's getting paid from Robinhood?
Is he getting paid from Robinhood?
From the settlement.
Oh. I don't know.
I wonder if that'd be enough to cover the calls.
I doubt it.
That's just absolutely, it's funny business. The guy's not even like the liquid position. He's fucking levered. So let's see what happens.
But like, doesn't that all make like, I mean, just to play devil's advocate, doesn't that all kind of set the stage for like more people to short it? I mean, like, obviously shorting it seems like a great idea right now, and if a lot of people decide to do that over the next 2 weeks and call it out as bullshit, like, that kind of sets the stage for a lot of shorts to be holding the position, right?
Yeah, I think this is a great time to make a grilled Roaring Kitty sandwich.
But that's what I mean. Like, it seems like a lot of people are gonna take that position. Like, the dude's got these leverage to the tits. We all see this, hundreds of millions of dollars in play.
Yeah, we got him.
Take his money.
We got him, boys.
And he's calling the club, isn't he?
Yeah, when you go to try to have a money fight, usually there's somebody with more money that'll show up and win the money fight.
For sure.
And this guy can't win the money fight. Maybe y'all can try to help him, but it ain't gonna work. Because Jane Street and Citadel, through this weird broker exemption thing, all these funds can print money. It's not like normal. They don't play by the normal rules. And with me and Dusseldorf and the swaps, I got a different set of cheat codes that are not accessible to the normal person. So yeah, in a little way, there is this populism, this fight of like people like Jane Street who are very sophisticated, who built this mousetrap that's like undefeated, mousetrap that just makes money. 2 Sigma, Jane Street, Citadel, Goldman, etc. And that people are mad at that, but I don't know. Try to beat it, I guess. I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, I don't think it'll work forever, but I think that there's something in the interim. It seems like if it's a money fight, the argument basically comes down to who's got more money in order to like hold their position. And I don't disagree that there's more money on like Main Street, Wall Street, but I mean, you don't need that to happen. You don't need the fight to go on forever for Roaring Kitty to walk away with an excellent trade, right? And
we'll see, man.
you can make a lot of money. Like, a lot of people can make a lot of money. Seems like a lot of people did make a lot of money during GME, but obviously as well, a lot of people lost a lot of money. So I don't disagree with that.
He's also possibly breaking the law, which is, again, personally, I don't give a shit, because that's what I do.
Speculate on that, Mark. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure.
What is your view on how he's potentially breaking the law?
Well, I've said it a few times, but these crackers in charge, they view everybody as criminal. You're a criminal. You're just waiting to have your criminality come out.
Oh, I agree with that, but I was just curious on like specific.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna get to that, man. I also want to circulate some people up. If you've been up for a while, I might bump you down because we're gonna get some new blood in here, keep it fresh. So please voluntarily go down.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down.
Thanks. So yeah, I mean, if you try to make a stock go up, basically it's market manipulation. Now, is that fair? No. Is it right? No. Do they give a shit? No, unfortunately, they don't. And it's wrong. Like, I've been through it myself. You know, been through it many times. You sit there with some bozo from the SEC who's makes your high school hall monitor look cool, and they're sitting there criticizing and scrutinizing everything you did as if, you know, you had some ill intent, or that, you know, you had the worst intentions, or that you are operating some cloak and dagger conspiracy. And I could see Roaring Kitty there, sitting there saying, I just bought the stock and I tweeted about it. What's the problem? And the SEC's like, well, here's a list of the problems. And these guys are nerds. Like, they're literally professional nerds. And I hate them. And in some ways, I'm on Roaring Kitty's side for this, because it's so stupid and so dumb. But it is, unfortunately, like the way it all works. And, you know, I've learned it the hard way. He might learn it the hard way, that these people they literally make shit up. And a judge will absolutely agree with them. In the SEC, there's something called ALJ, Administrative Law Judge. They work for the SEC. They're the judge that gets paid by the SEC. It's their own judge. It's not the courts. It's ALJ. Now, a lot of times they're using the ALJ less and less because it's unconstitutional. But it just gives you a flavor for the type of shit they pull. They literally have their own judge that works with them. So they go down the hall to their colleague and they're like, you think John's guilty, right? You think he's guilty, right? Yeah, he's guilty. Okay, cool. Guess what? They never lose when they do their own courts. They can lose in the real courts, which they use sometimes as well. But, you know, the whole thing is pretty stacked. And if a jury listened to this case, and let's say the charges were brought. Now, I'm just an average Joe. I'm a bus driver. That's what I do for a living. And I'm listening to this, and I see this white boy sitting down, and I hear the prosecutor say, this man made $200 million by telling people they should buy this company whose revenue has dropped, whose earnings are unprofitable, because he wanted to be rich. And he got these people to make this stock go up to make himself rich. And I'd sit down, prosecutor would sit down, and me as a bus driver would be like, God damn, this man's guilty. In every single case, whether it's the President of the United States, yours truly, or anybody else, they're going to find you guilty. And that's the shitty part about this world, is that it's unfair, and success, for whatever reason, in America is punished. People want to tear people down. And I saw Jim Cramer doing it to Gary Gensler, saying, basically, if you watch that interview, the subtitles in the subtext was Jim saying, this guy should be in jail. Don't you think, Gary? And Gary was basically saying, yes, I do. That was the translation in elite speak. You watch the video. You tell me what it sounds like. That's what I heard. Did anybody see that video? That's what I heard.
Well, I think somebody earlier said, like, the term dubiously legal, and my first thought was like, well, everything's sort of dubiously legal, which is what you're explaining right now.
That's an interesting phrase.
Hey, Martin, I've got a question for you. I haven't heard you talk about this, so I apologize if you already have. But what are your thoughts on selling volatility? Because I know, it's fundamentally it's nowhere near what it's worth. But what I've loved these last few years is this has just been a volatility seller's wet dream. I mean, right or wrong reasons for it to go up and down. It's just been incredible. You look at the IV, it's just bananas. For me, the only thing I really care about is that I'm relatively confident that it's not going to go bankrupt anytime soon, and I feel good about buying and selling and just swinging the heck out of this thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a mousetrap some people like. It's not my mousetrap, but absolutely understand the rationale and agree with you. Just not something I've done. I'm retired, so when I call Klaus and B and G back up and Shinji from Nomura, I call those guys, they're going to be delighted. They say, Skrelly's back. Awesome. And I'm going to say, no, guys, I'm not back. It's a one-time special. And they'll say, anything for you, Shokorevi-san. And I say, thank you, Shinji, with a deep bow. and that's what I do. So anyway, yeah, no, selling vol is good. Yeah.
Fair enough. And then one last thing, I wasn't sure if you had looked at this either, because I know you were kind of looking at revenue streams and whatnot. Have you modeled out or tried to forecast at all what their new strategy of selling the graded trading cards and like the single Pokemon cards and basketball cards and all that? If that is going to do anything worthwhile?
You know, I'd like to see it get manifest in revenue before I even pay attention, because they did this with the fucking NFT thing and it didn't work. Because I said the same thing at that time, which is like, yes, you have a pile of money and you want to start a new business. Every business in the world does that, from Coca-Cola to Procter & Gamble to everybody else. It's not easy to start a new business initiative and make it work. These guys want to do that. So does everyone else. So when your business initiative starts to take off, I'll pay a little bit more attention and give it a little more credence, because as of right now, you know, there's just not a whole lot of faith that, you know, there's anything even worth looking at. Now, again, if you're in this stock for some godforsaken reason, you have nothing else to do with your life than pay attention to the cockamamie attempts at making money that they're going to make. Well, yeah, you know, you're going to pay attention. But for me, revenue, the pre-announced revenue is down 29% year over year. That is free fall. No business on the world wants to tell their shareholders, this quarter is down 29% from last year's quarter. What the F is that? Who likes that? Only GameStop shareholders think that's cool. So I'm going to wait till that number's positive, and down 29 is a long way from positive. Nick, Boston girl, one of you want to talk?
I was first.
Okay.
Yeah, Jake goes first.
Sorry, thanks. But I didn't meet it this time.
I'll do whatever the fuck I want this time. How about that?
Alrighty, do whatever you want. I tough.
What you want?
I don't want anything. I'm just.
Why did you ask? You raised your hand for what?
Okay, don't be rude. No one is.
Where's your husband? I'm done. Where's your husband? Put him on. Put him on. Nuk jam budal. Nuk jam budal. Çka?
Okay, Bukurosh, Savita Yamto.
I don't speak that kind of Albanian.
You know, from the city.
Yeah.
How many people are here?
How many what?
How many people are here in this speaker?
I don't know.
Exactly. You're not doing anything any different what Roman Kitty is doing. You are promoting to short GameStop. So why are you jealous that?
I'm not jealous. I'm trying to save you some money.
No, I don't know. You're not saving me anything because you don't even know me.
That's correct. I know you're Albanian, and I know you should be bringing your husband here. I feel guilty even talking to you.
Stop saying husband. First of all, you don't even know me. Like, you don't even know if I'm married.
Then you bring your father or your brother.
Listen to me and listen to me. Like, honestly, I think what you're doing is not any different than what you're claiming that Kitty is doing wrong. You are promoting to short a stock that is over-shorted, over-manipulated by the criminals, and we both know it.
No. What are you talking about? That's nonsense.
They sold so many shares.
He's right.
That's nonsense.
Okay. You know, we'll talk when this shit really does end up the way retail has been holding and fighting to expose.
There's nothing to expose. I worked in Wall Street 25 years. There's nothing to expose. This is fantasy.
I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to say I'm better than you.
Me neither. I'm just saying. I'm saying there's no conspiracy theory.
Okay. Let the females talk. Be a little respectful.
Oof. Ooh.
So listen, all I'm saying is that there is a reason why retail is here. It's not just for the short squeeze. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
There's no conspiracy. There's no fake shares. There's no.
Don't get me wrong. I get put still on my stocks that I have shares. I have a lot. I'm not in GameStop. I traded, but names see I'm long. I have a lot of shares. I've been here since like before even the squeeze. I'm really, really itchy. What I think is gonna happen. Hopefully, we do reach our goal to expose the criminals. And if you want to short it, go ahead.
What criminals? Who?
What about no
Hold on. I want to hear. Let the lady finish. What criminals? Who?
The Albanian one. What criminals? The market makers. You know it so well.
I worked in the hedge fund industry a long time. Who's a criminal? What?
I'm not calling you a criminal.
No. I'm not saying you are. I know that industry. I know the hedge fund industry like the back of my hand. I know every person in the hedge fund industry. Who's a criminal in the hedge fund industry?
Everyone.
Why?
Because they have the power. They use the algos.
No.
You heard Jim Cramer, right? You heard Jim Cramer on live TV. I want to short it, and I'm going to do it. They freaking made phone calls with each other to short GameStop at 8:30 in the freaking morning when retail was not selling a single share.
But Boston girl, just to make a point. Like,
I don't want to talk to no. I just want to talk to an Albanian. Please, not to be rude.
Well, slightly rude.
Yeah, Bruno. Albanians are talking.
Anyhow, I wish you best of luck. I wish you make the whole money in the world shorted, but I do know that GameStop is up for something. The retail might be happy, and we can end this bullshit. My personal opinion. And I was never against you. I always looked up to you, but you can be a real asshole.
I am a real asshole. Listen, there's no...
And there's a lot of Albanians in this movement.
And I will help them get out, because this is a cult.
I host Albanian concerts here in Boston.
Mir. Show Mir, but at the end of the day, this is a cult that believes in a cult. Cults believe... Let me finish. I let you talk.
Okay, I'll let you talk.
Cults believe in improbable and impossible things to explain normal phenomenon. The normal phenomenon here is a shitty company, and the price is already too high.
It's nothing to do with...
Let me know, honey. Please. All right, you make me do it. You can make me do it. I'll do it. Cults try to explain the world through a new lens, a lens that makes sense to them. When the normal explanation is revenue's down, company loses money. This company should be at 10. You're lucky it's at 30. Count your blessings, get out. Because this doesn't make any sense. I worked at hedge funds for a long time. The only criminals in hedge funds, they're doing insider trading. They get caught, they go to jail. They do accounting fraud, they get caught, they go to jail. Are there ways that they make money that we can't? Yeah. There's one fund one of my colleagues worked at. They spend $1 billion a year programming computers. And the computers trade the market and they make money. How do they do it exactly? I don't know. They're geniuses. I wish I was like that. I'm not. Is it illegal? No. They're just smarter than us. All right? So you want a piece of the action. You want to make big bucks by taking a company that loses money, is not growing, is in the worst conceivable business possible, and you hope to band together and make it go up because you're angry at somebody else and you call them a criminal, but there's no suggestion as to why. The Department of Justice loves to bust criminals. They love to knock down your door and arrest you at 6 a.m. with 20 guys. They love to do investigations. They don't let criminals go by for fun. They over-enforce the law. So if there's criminal activity in the markets, it doesn't last that long. They find out. They even set up a goddamn snitch fee. They call it the whistleblower fee. Let's call it what it is. It's a snitch kickback. So if you whistleblow on the government, on your fund, you can get 20% of the government's fee. This shit is so fucked up. You got people wearing wires on Wall Street. They're wearing wires trying to catch something fucked up. Everybody going to jail. So if there's crime in the market, the only crime is GameStop's at 30 and not 10. All right? That's the crime. So to me, the interest in making a stock that's not worth it going up, and it's frustrating that it's not going up. It's not going up because it's not worth it. It's not worth 30. How's it going to get to 40 if it's not worth 30? I don't know. I think it's nonsense. Nick, what do you have to say, man?
I was just wondering, how much do you know about the Bill Huang case?
I know Bill, yeah.
Yeah, and so he was effectively hiding his long positions with swaps. Is that accurate?
Something like that.
Okay. Now, I'm going down the more conspiracy route here. But is it theoretically possible that hedge funds in the last GME cycle, when it was, in the hundreds of dollars, decided this is bullshit, retail is going to sell this shit eventually, I'm just going to roll this into a swap that expires like way later. And that way, it doesn't show up in disclosures.
Well, the banks have to be complicit in that case, right? And listen, man, if there's a bank, I'll tell you this. There's a bank sitting there holding 10 million shares short of GME and they're not telling anybody, and they're doing that for some kind of client, and somehow it's not ending up in the short interest or something like that, it'd be the first.
Well, swaps inherently don't end up in short interest, right?
Well, the bank, it depends. It's possible. It doesn't. But in general, the swap counterparty does get a locate and does short. Is it possible that they didn't or something like that? It's possible. Anything's possible. But it is so unlikely that I don't think it merits that much discussion without some evidence of it. And look, I can't 100% exclude it, which is why conspiracy theories persist. For example,
like, I guess sorry, if I could just interject.
Yeah,
real quick.
go ahead.
The reason that I sort of honestly do believe that is because I remember during that period, like, obviously not all the live information with short interest is accurate. It's actually probably mostly inaccurate.
Yeah, most of it's bullshit, I agree.
Mostly inaccurate, yeah, but it just seems weird to me that it literally over the weekend went from 200 whatever percent to like 50. Like the weekend and after the peak of
No, that makes sense. Shorts get out, man. Shorts are the most finicky, nervous little nannies on Wall Street. They don't stick to their guns. They get out as fast as possible, especially since the advent of risk management. The guy if you're working at Citadel and your short's going against you, they get you out. They don't ask you. They take your money and they say I'm out. You're out. That's how it works now on Wall Street. You can't.
It was a pleasure talking to you. The bottom line is GameStop's gonna end up on the moon.
Yeah.
And my friend told me to tell you that you're going to hell. So.
Good luck with that. Opulent.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for giving me a chance to talk. Does this have to be a GameStop specific question, or can we kind of talk about something more like economy, overall macro?
I'm not a macro expert, so I don't know if I can help you.
What are your thoughts on China and India?
I don't have any, man. I'm sorry.
Hoarding gold, taking their gold back.
I don't know.
All that kind of stuff.
Don't know. Sorry. I don't lie.
What about U.S. ending their agreement with Saudi Arabia, 50-year plan?
Don't know.
Oil back. Okay, fair enough. What do you know about uranium?
I don't. I stay in my lane. I don't lie to the people. I'm a champion of the people. These people think.
I think uranium's a pretty good long.
I don't care what you think about uranium, man. Put that in Uranus, all right? Next.
I already proposed that idea as well in the space previously. So.
Martin, you talked about how you don't like the retail space because you feel that there's a lot of thievery and that mostly retail is kind of going out. What do you think of Walmart reaching new highs, about 60% from the lows? You think it's also going to fall similar to GME or no? Not worth the short?
Well, it's a bit of a different beast, obviously. It's also maybe the most well-run company in the world. I'll look at Walmart just because you said that, and I should be broadening my horizons a bit. Again, very different kind of company. Retail is probably not going to disappear forever. It's a big question about human nature. Are we going to buy our goods online or not? And I just don't know the answer necessarily. But I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a really good, exciting business. It's not a growth business. There's only one way to really grow in retail, which is same-store sales and opening new stores. Okay? And GameStop, as far as I know, doesn't release same-store sales. They used to. I think people should demand that they do release that. But other than same-store sales, which you can kind of calculate a little bit, but they're not going to be opening new stores. We know they're closing stores like crazy. They've cut the number of stores they have by, from peak quite a bit, almost like 50%. So the only way to grow as a retailer, right? Because your current stores aren't going to grow like crazy. They're going to reach some kind of saturation, and same-store sales just can't grow forever. So I don't see how this company can grow, because you need to either grow stores or grow same stores. And we know they're not ever going to grow stores, because nobody's growing stores in retail. They're shrinking stores. And we know that the same store sales are going to struggle as well, because they certainly have been for a long time. They need to find a way to reignite that. And the last quarter, the pre-announce is down 29%. Well, I don't know. It doesn't feel very good. Maybe they can make it work, but it seems like a really big challenge, and that kind of goes to the common sense investing, which is why buy a stock where the turnaround is already priced in. When you can buy a stock where it's going to have an upside surprise and the market will react favorably. Here, they have to have an upside surprise just to meet this inflated valuation. Stock's up 3x over 2 months ago. That means the business performance has to catch up to that. And that's going to be very hard to do. Because it's hard to make your business worth triple overnight. You got to improve the stores quite a bit. Not easy.
Thank you. I have another question too. Is what do you think of stop losses, especially when you're shorting or trying to get on mean reversion trades? You don't have to tell us your stop loss, but what's approximately an area you're looking at?
I think stop losses can make sense. I don't think they always make sense.
Or can you just share more of what your structure for the trade is?
I just short common. Short common is the best way to do this, I think. Why?
Can you talk specifically about your trade?
No.
What is your notional
The
exposure?
fuck? The fuck?
Klaus is not listening. They'll be fine.
What the fuck? Talk more about what?
You said you're fucked at 40. What does that actually mean?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Oh.
Hey Martin, can you explain to us what happens to the government whistleblowers? Isn't that along the same lines of this questioning?
Yeah, right? Exactly. You can just talk. I'm not going to call them people. You guys are adults. You'll figure out.
Are you interested in fielding a question about Goodell?
We're just talking about GameStop here, but...
No worries. Yeah, it's cool. Just want to make sure.
Dutton.
Yeah, Marty, can I jump in and ask you a question real quick?
All right, one of you guys.
Yeah, go ahead, dude. Thank you, buddy. I don't really have a horse in this game either way. I got a couple GameStop shares just for fun. But I know you commented on this earlier today, but you were caught on a hot mic talking about...
What you're talking about.
Yeah, I bet not.
What hot mic? What's a hot mic? Hold on. I'm getting another call. One sec. My phone's messing up. Oh, Edalise, what's up? Is that the same Edalise I know?
Hi, Martin.
Hey, It's the same Italy's?
Yes.
How are you? Long time no speak.
I know. I'm a little sick right now, so I sound a little funny.
You sound fine. How are you?
I'm good. I've been hearing you talk about retail with GameStop, but I think this plays on blockchain. They have this thing called GameStop Player. It's a blockchain-based Web 3.0 game launcher. So it's going to enable peer-to-peer trading. They also partnered with Telos Foundation, which are the same people that worked on MetaMask.
Are they still doing this?
Yeah.
I thought they gave up on blockchain.
No. This was announced last month, actually, like a couple of weeks ago.
They want more pain.
Anyways, I thought I'd say hi.
Yeah, I hope you're good. It's a tough, as you know, it's a tough business, this Web3. You know, it's more futuristic than it is real revenue today kind of thing, you know? It's important to watch it, but I don't know that Web3's making money for anybody.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, everything's moving on blockchain, and then with quantum computing and all that that's coming, you know, it's all about security.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we got a ways to go before that future really shows up, you know? It's the number of people that actually use blockchain every day is very small, you know? It's just not. I think in crypto Twitter, people think that what they do is normal and that they assume that everyone else is doing it too. And most people are not, you know, it's just, you know, not their everyday lives are spent in MetaMask or something like that, you know?
Yeah. On a funny note, what may be happening based on AI enthusiasts is, you know, how people are saying, you know, no one's going to need to work, like that Brian Johnson guy and all these people. Maybe people are just going to be gaming all day. You never know.
I think it's possible, you know. I think we're seeing a bit of that. That's what I was talking about earlier, that, you know, there is a lot of time people have for this stuff. Oh, I'm just looking at some more data. Yeah, GameStop used to disclose comp store sales. They used to disclose all this stuff, and they stopped disclosing it. Thanks a lot, Ryan Cohen. It's funny.
Bye, Martin.
Bye. Who else wants to talk? This is getting boring.
Yeah, I'll throw something out there I've had rolling around in my head for a while. Like, you know, when Neuralink is to the point where they're already ready to, like, scale out to gamers.
Neuralink?
Yeah, like, you know, I don't know, 10 years from now, something like that. Just hear me out. They're going to need, like, to scale in a way that they have, like, some facilities in, like, you know, every state. And they're going to have that place staffed, and, you know, they're going to have to be able to...
You're smoking that shit.
Process a lot of people in.
You're smoking that good shit. I can tell. Do you get that from Maurice?
No, I don't know who Maurice
Where'd you get that good shit from?
I know Maurice. Yeah, he does that.
He's got that good shit. You're smoking too much, bro. Smoking too much.
Well, maybe you know, GameStop could just get bought out by Elon for that, and he could use their real estate, but their stores are too small.
They don't have any real estate. They lease it.
Yeah, their stores are so small, and I'm like...
It's leased. Elon can lease his own stores. For this,
let's say he does, like, you know...
For this Neuralink.
Maybe he cuts a deal with, like, Costco, so you can get your Neuralink installed at Costco or something.
Right? Yeah, just have your brain sawed open at Costco. Cool.
Yeah. And anyway, the thing is, like, eventually, if he does go to the gamers, it's pretty obvious that he's gonna have, like, a game store, because he's, like, been in the video game industry, you know, like, a long time ago.
When was he in the video game industry?
I thought, like, his first company or first couple of jobs, like, I thought he was
I don't think so.
Coding video games.
He made a game as a child.
He's here right now. This guy's him.
So,
he's not.
So there you go.
I know you're always cool, but yeah, I don't know if what you're saying is meant to be sarcastic or you're just being crackhead. I can't tell the difference half the time.
Me?
much Costco lasagna, so my brain's had to slow down. All the
Jesus Christ.
That's kind of a good timing to go back to the conspiracy.
Yeah, you're derailing my space and making it shitty.
Okay, non-conspiracy take real quick. Martin, what do you think about Steam? Like how it relates to GameStop and like the presence of Steam and the customer experience of buying something on Steam compared to going to GameStop and dealing with all that, you know, and like just like how they share that space.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, you know, whether it's Steam or Xbox Store or PlayStation Store, like, there really is no, you know, point in going to drive to a store. You know, it's insane. It's really insane.
I think, and honestly, even at a personal level, someone close to me recently purchased an item from GameStop. Pursuant to their own marketing, she had until X date to return the item. And she went through 3 levels of customer service, and they eventually gave her the cold shoulder. And she's trying to sell it on like Facebook, you know, whatever the local marketplace for Facebook is now. But it's their own marketing material that they're going against suddenly because they don't have the bottom line to accept a return.
Right.
It should probably be a red flag to some people. But hey, a new tweet could walk through that door any moment now. So who knows where the stock will go? It's just based on it. And honestly, I don't know. I feel good. I feel sympathy for anyone wanting a thing to go to the moon. But when you look at the price to earnings ratio of this name, you know, Nvidia is only at 100x or something like that, and this thing's at 1200.
Well, I mean, that profit number is a rapidly moving thing, so it could be 50 or 100 this year, right? Or even 200 if they're extremely lucky. But even then, what's 200 million in retail profit worth? 20 times? That's 4 billion. 2 billion in cash. You got 6.
Mm-hmm.
You're missing 4. That's a big problem. That's 50% downside. I don't like that. I want to save people from that. I don't want them to lose 50% of their money. Why? Because they can't do some math? Shkreli do the math for you, all right? That's what's up.
It would take you 1,000 years to get
at this.
Profit from this.
No, that's not.
At 1,000 to 1 p.m.
That's not fair. That's not right. That's not right.
Like 1,000. Just for example, if the PE ratio is 1,000 to 1, would
Well,
it be really 1,000 years?
No, because at the end of the day, the 1 year of earnings that's close to 0, you're kind of doing this divide by 0 error. What's the standard, you know, what's their normalized earnings is what's important here.
Hey Mark, can I ask a question?
Sure.
First time listening here, big fan, especially of federal prisoners. So I got a quick question to help me stay away from jail. I think you have a bit of experience. You failed a couple times, but let me ask a question.
Are you insulting me, or are you asking me a question?
Did it feel insulted? I don't think so.
Well, why don't you ask your question?
Okay, perfect. I hope you didn't drop the soap. But hold on.
Okay, all right, hold on. Listen, I don't know where the fuck you're from, but just for your accent, I would smack the shit out of you. Okay? Just for that. Second, your fake personal profile picture and your fake name, I would smack you again for that. That's 2 smacks. By now, your face is feeling a little red. Where I come from, real men, we use our names. We don't say weeds or some other gay shit like that. We use our real name. Because I'm a real man. And you can find me on 42nd Street anytime, any day. Alright? So, if you're going to act like you fucking know something or like you're cool, I'm going to put you in your place. Alright? Don't play that shit. You're making me mad. You're going to turn me to the old me. The old me is not somebody you want to know. Alright? I don't care that this is the internet. I'll go through the IP proxies, the tunnel browsers. I'll find out who the fuck you are. I'll put you on blast. Alright? So now don't get me pissed off.
Great. I'm sure you didn't have that power when you were in jail.
No, I did, because I'm a boss everywhere I go. You know how many guys from prison were standing next to me like soldiers while I'm sitting there like this, sipping my coffee? And I would just point at a guy like you and I'd say, go fuck him up. They wouldn't even ask me a question. They would have a big smile on their face.
Like I just gave them a present. A big present. Your face to pummel. That's the kind of person I am. Don't get it fucking twisted. I'm a fucking boss. Right? You're a fucking ant. Alright? That's why I'm me and you're you. Don't fucking forget it. You nobody piece of shit. Get the fuck off my stage before I do something. Turn back to the old me, man. Hello? Anybody else want to talk?
I swear the trolling. This is the reason. That's the reason why I don't let unverified accounts up. Stuff just tends to happen.
Yeah, I understand, but you know.
Can I try to? I think I kind of feel insulted because I've been. Yeah, I don't think it's about verification. I've been behaving, so.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. One at a time, please.
I'm trying to redeem the faithless.
You're adults. You can do this one at a time.
Is it just me or is the mic quality really, really bad?
Some people have mine or somebody else's. A lot of people were dealing with some bad mic quality.
Hey, Buttercup, how you been?
Hold on, one at a time. Listen, I know this weirdo keeps saying Buttercup and Sweetie and stuff like that. Listen, don't talk to me like that.
Sheepy.
One at a time. Go ahead, Matthew. We'll start with you.
Hey, thanks. Does anyone know in estimated numbers the number of people who were or are involved? Like, is there any way to figure out the number? I know we don't have a loose idea of dollars when it comes to people who are buying into GME or were during the squeeze, but has anybody ever bothered to go, I think it was this many thousand people who were really holding on to it for that?
You're talking about, hold on, so you're talking about the old squeeze or right now?
I was talking about the old one, and now I just assume it would be hard to figure out because it's not over yet. But yes, I'm curious the number of people, retailers, holding out hope and driving it. How many people are there out there like that girl who was going on earlier?
Well, here's what I'll say. Most of the shareholder base is retail. So very few sophisticated investors and institutions want to be a part of this, right? But there are people who are individual investors collectively. They own, I don't know, probably $7 billion out of the $10 billion worth of GameStop. Does that help? And then probably half of them, a third of them, something like that, are kind of that Looney Tunes conspiracy. Like, oh, I think there's criminals on Wall Street that are suppressing this or something. And then 2/3 of them are probably a little less crazy. That's my guess.
Yeah, from a percentage standpoint, that feels about right. I was just curious if anybody. I don't have the sophistication to like look at trades and add it all up and go, this is this many individual.
It's hard.
Accounts, you know.
I don't think it's really easy to do.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah. It's interesting. They used to give gross margin by business line. So they used to say that hardware was actually their lowest gross margin, only 11%. Software was 24%. Pre-owned was 46%. So they make 4 times the money on pre-owned than they do on hardware. But pre-owned, I think, is dwindling, and they won't disclose anymore what they get out of pre-owned or what they get out of anything. They don't want us to have that information. So much for empowering retail.
I think Facebook Marketplace is eaten into their pre-owned.
I would think
peer-to-peer.
Facebook and everywhere else you can do pre-owned. You could list your game on eBay. Why do you hope the only buyers you have for your game local people who want to buy? I mean, much rather list on Amazon or Facebook. I mean, you get the whole globe of people who might pay a little bit more for your product than the local 65 people going to your local GameStop. You know, it doesn't make sense. Why would you ever use local
They
GameStop?
sell pre-owned games. So you guys are completely off on your topic here. They sell pre-owned games. So where are you going with this?
They buy the games from people, right?
They buy them and sell them.
Okay. So when I'm done with my Grand Theft Auto and I want to sell it, they pay like $2 for it or whatever, and they resell it for, according to this, a 50% margin. And why would I go to them when I can get a better price on Facebook or Amazon?
I mean, you have that freedom to do whatever you want there, Marty boy. But in retrospect, other people are going to go and trade their games because it's easier, convenient for the average customer that doesn't have the time to post it on Facebook Marketplace.
Sure. No, it's an alternative. I agree.
I don't even think the offers that they would give a customer are even comparable to 50% of what you could get from directly selling it yourself. That statement about having 15% margin?
50, 50.
Oh, okay, that's more accurate then, yeah.
No, but Ape Daddy makes a good point that if you ever try to sell something online, it is a bit of a pain in the ass. You got to go get shipping, and you got to, there's fraud, there's this, there's that. It's kind of easier to just go in there and get some money for it, but I do think you're going to get less.
Absolutely, but on that point, like the PSA cards, right? They sell at psaonline.com price levels. So if you have a card that's graded 8 or higher, you can go into GameStop and get cash for that card based on PSA's going rate. It's kind of a win-win. It's like a collateral on their books that's worth street value. You know what I mean?
Well, it's still, maybe they can turn around the business and become a collectibles used product kind of company, but
yeah, that's probably a good pivot for that.
But yeah, it needs to show up in revenue and earnings, which, this quarter wasn't so great, and
absolutely agree. But they did list their earnings early, Martin. They did.
That's what I'm saying.
Early and
yeah,
say, hey,
it's a bad quarter.
This is what we have. Oh wait, we're gonna sell 45 million shares and gain $937 million on our books, and now we have $2.1 billion.
Well, anyone can sell shares and get more cash, right?
Yo, are you the retard that photoshopped a dick on my face and then sent it to me?
I didn't do that. Someone else did, but I just put it still. I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Hey, short it though. I'm not gonna get in an argument with you. I'm happy that you saw that.
No, I am gonna short it, and we'll see how it goes. I posted my trade for you. I'll follow up with you tomorrow.
Well,
much respect for that though. If you posted it and I didn't see it yet, much respect.
Yeah, so getting back to the point at hand, the Q1 pre-announcement seemed really bad to me. 882 for revenue is the lowest the company's had in revenue in a really long time. I don't interpret.
Console cycle though, Martin.
I've looked at the console. I looked at the
Christmas isn't a big time.
I'm glad.
You, but like,
Whoa. Hold on. Slow down. I'm not a retail guy, but I know Christmas is a very important time for retail. And in terms of console cycle, I looked at that. And one, they don't get good margins on hardware. It's the lowest margin business. And two, I marked down all the console stuff for each cycle, and there was no real appreciable signal there. So it's not like, revenue was just flat. It's flat as a rock. The only big thing that changed was around COVID, but where revenue obviously dropped and then picked back up to not quite pre-COVID levels, unfortunately for them. But there's no cycle that is really that pronounced here. The company's had literally a 10-year stretch from 2009 to 2017, and if you follow me along on my YouTube, you could see this. 10 years where revenue didn't change at all. Their best year, it was up 3%. Their worst year, it was down 8%. If there's a cycle in there, I'm missing it because that doesn't feel very cyclical. But I will say that the, it was a bad quarter. I don't see how 828 is, a good quarter. I know there was a guy the other day, Morantz or someone like that, who was saying, well, they lost less money. Sure, they lost like 20 million less than a year ago. That's still not material enough to change their fate. I added that up, and it would still result in them losing money for this year. So they're going to need. Look, this little incremental improvements, they will help. They will add up. but I'm not sure that this crowd of shareholders is really going to be that patient for this kind of a turnaround, which is excruciatingly slow. You know, to go from losing 250 to losing 100, and then breaking even, and then making 100 3 years from now, I don't know if anyone's in there for that. If you're in there for that, that's surprising, because that's a pretty slow turnaround. Now, can it go faster? Maybe, but I don't know. It doesn't sound like they have something that exciting going on. And why pay premium for the stock? It just literally doubled in the last week, right? How is that, something that exciting? So anyway, hold on 1 second. I got a message, but why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves for a second?
I hate to be this kind of asshole who's going to do this, but at this point, I don't really see much of a future for the company. Like, if you're going to buy this stock and you'd want there to be any value, it has to be reciprocated in terms of action. The only way I can see for GameStop to go forward is just basically become a competitor to Steam. We all know how difficult that's going to be, right? But beyond that, the current valuation and everything, as we did, it just becomes a meme stock. I hate to be the guy to say that, but it's just a meme stock.
Yeah.
What is backing this? That's
There
problem.
was opportunity for a lateral movement within the hardware space. There was an article 2 days ago by Ars Technica about how the amount of PlayStation 4 active users is currently matching the PS5 users. So a lot of these people don't want to upgrade because they're playing the freemium games that will keep working on the older console. And as that goes on, maybe they'll need parts, maybe they'll need repairs. They can partner with iFixit and sell repair kits and replacement fans and things like that. There's always
that's all true, and you could think of a million ways the company can improve itself, but when will that show up in the revenue and earnings? That's what's...
And also, another thing is, there has to be a move away from things that are physical. That's another aspect.
Not necessarily.
What about trademarks to become like a...
Not necessarily.
What about insurance on products? That's the most lucrative business towards getting revenue, right? There's 59 million Power Rewards members and opening to Canada. So if you have people buying insurance policies, yeah, it sounds stupid to be taking money from people, which insurance is. It's all a fraud in a sense for that time that you need it. That's money that's going to be generated monthly and yearly.
When's it going to show up? That's my question. Cool business idea. When does it show up?
So I'm pretty confident that GameSpot or Stop is just dead as a company for all the reasons that have already been given. It has no value outside of being a meme stock. So if people want to invest in something that has a community, and I understand why people like investing in GameSpot or GameStop, whatever it is. I remember GameSpot.
Get the name right, first of all, but go ahead.
Whatever it is. But if people want to invest in something that has a community, do Bitcoin or even Tesla, right? That makes a lot more sense. And I think that one of the reasons why people are so emotionally attached to GameSpot is
GameStop, please.
GameStop, whatever it is, Spotify, Shopify, is because I feel like these people, in a way, kind of missed out on the American dream, and they're just chasing it with this GameStop thing. And if you want to chase it, a much better way to do that is the two other options I gave.
I would disagree with that a little bit. Honestly, in terms of the meme stock, here's the thing. A lot of people see it the same way, saying the company is dead, and then there's shorts in this. And these shorts are massive. So let's get back to the OG story of why GameStop is a meme, or a meme stock. It's they want to fight, they want to fuck the shorts, and it's gonna work. So, Martin, you may want to unpin whatever has been put up at the top there.
No, I did that. He knows about it. It should be good.
I don't agree with that at all. I think it totally makes sense.
What's
getting derailed?
What's pinned at the top? I don't even see it.
Yeah, in your space, there's a thing that's been put up at the top there.
I can't see it.
May want to get rid of it. Oh, you can't see it.
Oh, Martin's washed up.
What about your co-host? Yeah. I don't know if you're cool with that.
Oh shit!
I was saying real quick, the only thing I like about GameStop going up is the precedent that it sets that puts fear in the hearts of short sellers when they do other stocks.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they might, could this be another GameStop? Could this be another
Who
GameStop?
cares about shorting?
I mean, I think that's cool. I think it's cool.
No, real quick. I mean, what's wrong with shorting?
It depends on how it is done. I think there are ethical concerns, of course, because most of the time shorting is used as a means to basically create bearish sentiment around a stock and kill it.
I mean,
that's a problem.
It's It's a marketplace of ideas. You know, if you don't like my idea.
I mean, look what they're trying to do to Tesla, right? It's like basically the most shorted company ever.
Yeah,
it's still succeeding, but
it succeeded quite a. It succeeded quite a bit. I mean, shorts didn't hurt Tesla.
Exactly. So the shorts fucked up there.
Shorts are. It hurts them psychologically, somebody, but you know, I don't think shorts.
No, it creates fair market.
Short selling's been around 100 years. It's been around 100 years. It's not going anywhere. There's nothing to be scared of about shorts. In fact, without shorts, Enron's and WorldCom might still be frauds. You know, shorts play a very important role in the market. They're going to be rewarded.
Like, I'm not saying anything against the shorts. I'm just saying something against how it is done. And here's the
some people do it some ways. Some people do it other ways. Not every short seller is like some manipulative person. That's, you know. Some people are actually trying to save people from losing their shirt, like the current dynamic here. So, you know, I mean, you can dislike shorts. You know, everyone has their own opinion, but you know, I don't see it as you know, something that's really legitimate. Again, there's been shorts for 100 years. They're not going anywhere. They're, you know, part of the marketplace. There have been shorts a lot longer than 100 years, but in the U.S., they've been a cherished part of the market for a long time. You don't like it when somebody shorts your stock because, you know, it makes you mad that they think your investment's that bad that they're willing to bet against it, let alone not invest in it. They're willing to bet against it. Now, people take shorting to another level, but they also risk a lot. You know, if you get a bad reputation making short selling claims and they don't come out, you know, it's a great way to lose your reputation. So people like that have gone from having big hedge funds to very small hedge funds shorting Tesla. They got smoked. They lost a lot of money and they lost all their reputation. And their careers are basically over. So you got to be careful as a short seller. You know, and every now and then you short a company that turns out to be one of the greatest companies of all time. That's the end of your career. So I don't know. You get what you deserve. And I think I've shorted a lot of companies that went out of business. And I've gained a reputation for that. But, you know, I'm very careful what I short. I don't try to short things that are going to blow up in my face. Of course, nobody thought Tesla was going to blow up in their face, but they lost it all. So, you know, I don't know what the battle against short sellers is. I don't know. To me, it's a...
I mean, it's not a battle. It's not a battle against the concept of shorting it. Again, you misunderstood this. Now, what I'm saying
I understand what you're saying.
Who is shorting it, okay? They want to fuck those people specifically.
Well, you know, you can try to fuck short sellers, but short sellers...
Not short sellers as a concept, but short sellers as who the short sellers are in this case. That's the only reason why it even became a meme. It could be anyone. Like, dude, if you were to short a stock, I'm not entirely sure anyone would have a problem with that. You know, it's just someone's opinion, right? But it's who is shorting the stock specifically that makes it.
I don't think anybody.
keeps outperforming. It fucks those shorts over.
I don't think anybody knew who.
People who are shorting.
I don't think anybody knew who was shorting GameStop. I don't think anybody cared. Like, there was very nondescript hedge fund. Like, not that interesting.
My quick point of view on shorting is when short interest approaches 90%, 95%, at some point it's perceived as immoral versus the standard short interest of, like, you know, 10% on a
well, and actually,
short's fine.
I've shorted.
When it gets excessive,
I've shorted stocks that are over 100% short interest, and usually what happens there is that there's some impending doom for the company. Not always, you know, but sometimes, mostly, when it gets so crowded that Wall Streeters are literally willing to borrow shares for hundreds of % of APR, you know, they're fairly certain that the stock's going to fall apart. Sometimes they're wrong. You know, like I said, you got to be careful when you do this stuff. But again, I don't understand the personality thing behind it, because again, GameStop didn't have, there was no, like, in fact, people kind of made up the enemy here. You know, they pointed to Citadel has nothing to fucking do with GameStop, and they made Citadel the bad guy. The lady was just here a minute ago. She was talking about how the criminals, like the market makers. What does market makers do to do with GameStop? The market makers aren't buying and selling video games. It's just a false, boogeyman to try to pin the blame on somebody. It's almost like a Big Brother tactic, like from Soviet Union. Let's all rally against the market makers. They're the problem. It's like, what? Anybody who knows anything on Wall Street knows them. There aren't even any market makers left. They don't even exist anymore. They're quant funds now. There's no market makers. There's specialists. That whole thing has changed and gone away. So
It's kind of like, GameStop has the right to be stupid enough to be in the business that they're in, so somebody else has the right to bet against their stupidity.
Well, somebody has to be running the company. I mean, they were publicly traded, and they, they're in a bad business, not unlike Blockbuster was public at one point, and other companies, and they have a CEO, and the CEO's going to do their best, and that's fine. But, it's just a tough place to be if you're running GameStop, I think.
I mean, I love memes, so I guess that would succeed from the perspective of being a meme alone, right? I mean, I really hope that a company like that is able to refine who they are and perhaps shape themselves into something new. It's just remarkably difficult, and until then, I think it will just basically remain a meme stock. So that's cool.
Hey guys, let me jump in here. I think Adrian, you make a good point about Tesla and all the shorts that have been buried on, that have died on the Tesla hill. Martin, I want to ask you a question. You've been around a long time, just like I have. You don't ever short companies based on valuation. So GameStop
According to you.
It's just a value. Well, hold on, let me just finish. So GameStop right now, if you look at the balance sheet, it's a very healthy. They're in a very healthy position, especially given the fact that they now have close to $2 billion in cash. I agree with the business model as it stands today. You keep going back to like selling video games. I think Ryan Cohen.
Pretty sure that's the business they're in.
Hold on, let me finish. Ryan Cohen, who I'm sure has a lot at stake, a lot more than you do or I do, in this company, whether you're short or you're long. I'm sure he has a game plan. I'm sure his advisors and him, the board, have a game plan, a vision for it. Let me ask you a question. In 2002, there was a company by the name of Apple. Okay. In 2002, that company had a $5 billion market cap. Okay, believe it or not. Today, that company has a $1 trillion market cap. $3 trillion. Excuse me. By 2005, okay, Apple had a $60 billion market cap with one item that they introduced. Okay, that was the iPod, which you and I and many other people on Wall Street at that time had. So the reality is, GameStop at the moment is a horrible short. There are so many other companies out there that you can short that are just easy targets. This is like the hard one in the book. This isn't the hard one. I mean, first of all, you have a group of individuals, the apes, that absolutely love the company. Okay, number one, you're fighting an uphill battle. Number two, the company is nowhere near going bankrupt. Okay, like everybody thought 4 years ago. Full disclosure, I was in GameStop 2 years prior to 2001 January. Good. As a deep value investor myself, you had mentioned you're a deep value guy. So as a deep value guy, I would say GameStop's not a deep value stock at the moment.
No,
but
it's
it's
not.
a value stock. Okay? I would remove the deep and just call it a value stock. Now, again, the business is going to look a lot different 3, 4, 5 years down the road. Okay, so shorting the stock today, I think, is an uphill battle. If I were short this stock today, I would cover my short, move on to something else that's more promising. What do you think of that?
I obviously think you're wrong. I mean, I think it's a good short.
So you're shorting it based on valuation. You don't like the fact that it's a $10 billion market cap.
Correct.
People don't like the fact that Tesla was an $800 billion market cap or a $500 billion market cap, and yet here it is. So the reality.
I think a lot of people don't know how to value companies.
Shorting.
That sounds like survivorship bias, as an example.
Yeah, shorting on valuation.
The Tesla thing is a little different. Tesla had the capability to cause massive damage to established people within the automotive industry. So people shorting this one is a little bit different.
No,
it's a little bit different. It's like trying to bet against established systems, but yeah.
I'm not comparing GameStop to Tesla from
Yeah, of course I agree.
Yeah. So the thing about GameStop that I think a lot of the shorts are missing. I think a lot of the guys that are short GameStop today, as opposed to short GameStop in 2020 or 2019, like Gabe was, by the way, you brought it. I've been listening to your and you know, that guy was hate fucking GameStop, right? And I think he just fucking forgot that he had a massive fucking short position. His head got way too big for his fucking britches, and then he got crucified on the cross. Okay, that was GameStop, and so today. Fast forward 4 years, it's better than it was in 2019. So again, I submit to you, shorting GameStop today is an uphill battle. I think there are plenty of candidates out there in the marketplace right now that are way better to short than GameStop. Okay, just on valuation, it just doesn't make a good argument, Mark.
I mean, I think you've made your opinion clear. You know, I heard everything you said. I disagree. I think it's a great short, and you know, it's very overvalued, and in fact, the business is actually getting worse, not better.
How is the business getting worse? I don't think there's a single better shit.
Well,
the best short.
well, the business is getting worse. The business is
Billy
getting.
thinks GameStop's the best short.
Did you ask me a question, or did you?
Wait, of non pink sheet stuff, not like actual listed stuff, it's the best short.
Why is that, Billy?
Okay.
Wait, hold up, Billy. You're shorting GameStop?
One at a time.
Yes. I must disclose. I am currently. Well, it's technically not short. My friend said if I buy puts, I'm technically not short.
That's
Which I don't
true.
understand. But
That is true.
I want to go down.
Buying puts does not.
Bet on GameStop. You're not exposed to the upside if there is a short squeeze if you have puts. But my point, broadly speaking, is the fact that this again is just like it's like Tesla. It's like some of these, And by the way, there have been many of these kind of hate fuck shorts. I just hate the business. I hate the stock. I'm gonna short it. And the reality is, again, I submit to you guys, $2 billion on the balance sheet. You got an executive that had a successful startup, okay, in Chewy. Young guy, full of energy. I'm sure he's getting a lot of good ideas from a lot of different people. And furthermore, he's got a lot at stake, right? This guy's not flying by the seat of his pants like a lot of the shorts are, okay? I don't like the company. I'm going to short it because I think these fucking apes are idiots, okay? Look, I've been in a lot of GameStop rooms, okay, and AMC rooms and all these apes, and I agree with you, Mark. There's a lot of just kind of crazy stuff that's being tossed around. But again, the company is a different company today than it was 4 years ago, massively so.
Well, they have a record low. Jesus Christ, you like the sound of your own voice, don't you? They have a record low revenue pre-announced. They have half the stores they did before. In retail, you need stores and store growth to grow revenue. They are shrinking. They're in a business that has no foreseeable future. Maybe this guy can figure out a way to make that work, but.
Well, they are pivoting away from certain things. They have done. Look, part of the closures for the stores was obviously expenses, right? They had to cut expenses, and that's what Ryan Cohen and the
I thought stores are how you make revenue and earnings in this business.
Well, look, they have omni-channel, right? They have other things they're doing. They have online presence now, which they didn't really have. He's expanded on that. Look, I agree with you. Your assessment of the NFT thing that they were pushing. Look, that was a fluke.
When are all these changes going to result in growth?
Well, listen, and the thing was being said. Let me tell you something. The same thing was being said in 2001 with Apple.
Right.
With Apple, and I've been
Apple made it out. Apple made it. Apple did make it.
Apple made a pivot.
There are not that many apples out there.
Yep. Well, they're not. But I'm just saying, just to say that this company is overvalued and it's going to zero because you don't like this going to the store to buy a video game. I think it's. By the way, I have 2 kids that still go to GameStop.
You don't sound like a gamer. Yeah, I was gonna say you have kids that game.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, but I fuck around with video games once in a while. I don't have a lot of patience to be honest with video games, but my kids love them. And I agree with you guys. The business has changed. They're downloading more games, but I'm telling you guys, kids still love to go to the store. They love to look at the video games. They love to.
They don't love them enough.
There is still demand for this.
The demand seems to be. The demand doesn't seem to be good enough to carry a profit, unfortunately.
Well, look, again, it's a restructuring play, right? I mean, to expect the company to be, a diamond at the moment, I think it's
It's been 5 years.
It's in flux and it's changing. Right?
It's been 5 years of. It's been 5 years of.
market.
It's been 5 years.
Shouldn't GameStop have like pivoted around the same time Netflix stopped mailing discs out?
It's been 5 years of losses for GameStop. When does it end?
Well,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Martin, are you short GameStop?
I don't have to. I don't have to answer that question.
Okay. What's going to happen?
Martin said he was short GameStop.
I don't have to answer that question.
The number 2, right?
I don't answer that question. I don't have to answer.
We'll make that. So what's going to happen, Martin? What's going to happen to the competition of order flow now that the settlement has changed from T+2 to T+1?
I have no clue. I have no clue. I don't care about those market mechanics things.
You were just talking about market makers, like, right?
I don't think market makers are relevant. I think they're gone because I know enough to know that the New York Stock Exchange doesn't have a bunch of fat Italian guys sitting down there yelling at each other anymore. That's about all I know about that.
You admit that T+1 is kicking these market makers out of here, right?
I mean, market makers are just gone because there's no need for them, right? The marketplace is liquid enough. And
other than that, they're forced to get out to move now because T+1, right? Their order flow.
You know more than I do in that case. You know more than I do because it basically electronic exchanges killed the market maker. That's basically my understanding.
What about T+1 though?
I don't know that makes much of a difference. You tell me. Maybe.
Well, then, okay, so if orders get routed or fulfilled 2 days later rather than 1.
Settled, not fulfilled. Settled.
There's a full bank day in between the trade.
Settled.
Now there isn't.
Not fulfilled.
So what's that going to do to the competition of the order?
Well, you see, it's settlement, right? So the orders and the settlement are different days.
They manipulate those trades as they come in, right?
Who's they?
And they have it.
And what manipulation?
Well, can you agree or not that there is more of a chance to manipulate order flow coming in if you have an extra day to do it in between?
Okay, when you say order flow, what do you mean?
Order flow coming in from Robinhood or any broker app to Citadel or Virtue, and then that's what I'm talking about.
I think that's a small part of the market. You're talking about when a customer places an order and it gets fulfilled by somebody else?
Yeah, the middleman, the market maker.
Well, there's the ECN, right? That's
there's multiple people involved, but we all know that the market maker is the main middleman here.
Well, anybody can be a market maker, right? You post your order.
Well, anybody isn't Citadel and Virtue who route most of the order flow.
Well, there's routing and then there's posting your order, right? So if Robinhood can post their order to the electronic exchange, or they can sort of cut a deal with one of these guys to do it a different way, right?
Yeah, but how do they have the time to do that anymore if they don't have a freaking day in between anymore for the settlement?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, this stuff's esoteric. You think so? I don't hear that. It's funny. I don't hear. It's funny. I don't hear that often. You know, it's refreshing to hear because I usually hear the opposite. I usually hear about how great I am and how much I do know. So it's nice to hear that every now and then. Appreciate it. I raised the price of one drug 20x once. And what do you think happened to demand?
Did you get away with it?
There's nothing wrong with changing the price of your product.
Did you get away with it?
There's absolutely nothing wrong about changing the price of the product. So there's nothing to get away with. But I asked you a question. What do you think happened to the demand of the product after it raised it 20x?
It fucking probably skyrocketed, dude. People need to fucking live.
Why would the price going up make the demand go up?
Because people still need the fucking drug, dude.
But then it would be, wouldn't it be flat then? I mean, why would more people get this disease somehow? Maybe you.
Sounds like there was no incentive.
Maybe you're the guy who doesn't know much about things.
No, I just don't want you to slip up and get yourself in trouble.
Well, again, you said that raising the price of the drug makes it harder to get, but when I raise the price of that drug, which by the way is called Thiola.
Dude, you're manipulating markets, Martin. That's what you fucking
Hold on. I'm just trying to get your comment settled here so I understand it. Because I do remember raising the price of this drug. It was $2,000. And in fact, what was it, 2,000? It was 40 hours. I took it from 2,000 to 80,000.
Damn, dude, you're a good guy.
And our unit, well, actually, I was thanked by all these patients. The unit prices, the unit amount sold went up as well. How do you reconcile that?
They still have to make the fucking drugs.
I don't understand. You're not making sense. We went from selling 2,000 units to 4,000 units, even though our price went up from 2,000 to 80,000.
Dude, what do you think everyone's gonna stop buying the drug because it costs more now?
But how did the units?
I'm repeating myself.
How did the units double?
How did you fucking do it?
Well, what I'm asking you is how could, since you're criticizing me,
Dude, I don't know. I'm not a market manipulator, Martin.
I don't think you know the pharmaceutical industry is what you mean. So that drug, it turned out that there was a small company that couldn't even make it because it was such a rarely used drug. We took it, we raised the price to a price that's still below normal, and we were able to not only make it, but get a backup supply as well. So the people who were suffering from this terrible disease could actually rely upon the drug company that was making the medicine. They were thrilled that somebody cared about their little crappy disease that Big Pharma had forsaken.
That's like someone robbing a bank and throwing $100 at someone. You just fucking
The rare disease marketplace, which I hope you and your family never have one, it's a very, very tough space because Big Pharma tends to not look at these diseases. And without money, there's no way to develop drugs for these rare diseases. There's only a few.
How old were you when all that was happening?
2014, I don't know.
So you were how old?
2014, 30. 30.
How did you get your skin in the game to be able to even do that at 30?
Like I said, most people don't tell me. I don't hear very often that I don't know things. People have a high opinion of me.
I'm just trying to get an idea of how you know things and how you're able to do things.
That's a good question. My whole life I've been wondering the same thing.
Were you raised by like hedge funds or something? Or?
I am just a precocious person. So
there's something called Google. Just check it out.
So
I don't really give this guy much of my time, so I thought I'd just ask him.
So pharmaceuticals are.
You just gave him a ton of time.
Pharmaceuticals are an interesting marketplace. Rare diseases like that disease, cystinuria, or other ones. Like I took a drug from 100K to 500K annual price, and that was another interesting situation. Disease called cerebrotendinous xanthomatosis, very rare disease, CTX, cholesterol processing disorder. 60 patients in the United States, 60. It is a drug, interestingly, a big German company owned. They stopped making it completely because they decided that it wasn't worth their time. The problem was, for these 60 people, they had a very rare sub-disease that was not on the label, it's not FDA approved, but it was crucial to their survival. And so we were able to work with the FDA to get the drug back on the market. And unfortunately, with 60 people, you can't charge Viagra prices. You can't charge antidepressant prices. You can't charge antibiotic prices. Those drugs get many millions of prescriptions. We had 60 people. There was one specialist in the whole country, I still remember him in New Jersey, who treated all these 60 people. He was the only person that ever published on the disease. And we met with him, and he said he's scared of dying because he was an old doctor. And we said, what are you talking about? And he said, if I die, no one's going to care for these people. Because it's not type 2 diabetes. There isn't 100 companies that want to crack this cerebrotendinous market. It's a microscopic market. But if you have that disease, you actually, it's very important to you, and it's your life.
and it's critical. And somebody has to make money on it. If somebody doesn't make money on it, these people die. Capitalism and pharma have this incredible relationship and partnership that, for whatever reason, people want to shame. But if you look at cystic fibrosis, I hired a number of people from a company called Vertex that made the first cure for cystic fibrosis. And what they did was a beautiful thing. No socialist system, no, media articles, no walkathons cured cystic fibrosis. Vertex cured cystic fibrosis and made themselves $100 billion company in the process. 3 times bigger than GM, with one drug that nobody has ever heard of. Nobody throws any parades for these people, for these scientists. Nobody says thank you.
It's not ethical. Are you long virtue?
What's that?
Are you long virtue?
What are you talking about?
Are you long virtue?
That is no. The stock? The company, Virtu, like the financial company?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about them.
You know nothing.
Nothing. Why would I?
You know nothing about the second largest market maker.
I don't. I really don't. I'm not a financial analyst of financial stocks. I'm a financial analyst of
Then why are you here?
pharmaceutical stocks.
GameStop as if you even have any legs to do that.
Well, it seems pretty obviously overvalued. Like I said, I'm not a retail expert, but I do know what cash flow looks
So
like.
why does your opinion matter?
It matters in the sense that I did. I said they lose money every year. They don't seem to be.
But defend why you have a position to confidently say that.
I can read a balance sheet. Half of Wall Street was trained on my financial videos.
You can't read AMC's balance sheet pretty well, so.
AMC's going bankrupt.
What about the 2026 balance?
Well, I can pull up my Bloomberg. 1 second.
Here we go.
Give me a minute. I'm pretty sure the $4 billion in debt they have is not good news. I know you were trying to say that somehow they're doing great, losing money and having colossal amounts of debt, but
So the most amount of debt is due in 2026, right?
1 second.
Or a lot of it.
All I know is they have $4 billion of debt. That's a lot for a company that's not making money.
Let me know when you pull up the 2026 stuff.
Oh boy.
Can I ask a question to the Goob? Is that your name? So what you're talking about is called like the orphan drug market, and the U.S. Patent Office actually extends the patents for those drugs beyond 20 years. They get an additional 7 years so that they can actually be manufactured, basically for the reasons that Martin stated. So the government agrees, in theory.
That's awesome, Billy. Thank you.
Even back on your earlier point, there was no supply, and then there was supply, and people were thankful. I don't understand.
Let's just stay on the topic of 20.
No. That's only you care about AMC bonds. Why would I pull that up? What were you saying?
No, like he was saying, like if there's no supply for a drug, and then suddenly there is supply, but you can still be the bad guy for that. But they didn't have any comment after he realized that there was no supply.
Listen, there's very very few people who could argue with my reasoning on drug prices. There's a genre of video on YouTube of me destroying people's arguments on this. It's just a.
If you inflate supply, there's going to be more demand.
Wow. No, the demand for drug.
Like if you go from 0 to 1.
Demand for drugs is inelastic.
If you make the drug 25, what did you do?
40 times more expensive.
Let's talk about the 2026 bonds, Martin.
I would talk about that if I were you too. Let's take a look. Okay, there is a.
Market manipulator and a drug manipulator.
Okay, I just explained to you how the drug thing works. You don't have anything to say about it.
All right, let's
No, right? I just want to make sure. No, go ahead. What did you mean by that? Do you want to go over this again? Because I think you've embarrassed yourself enough already.
No, it's all right. I embarrassed myself. Let's get to the 2026
Okay,
stuff here.
there is 1.8 billion loan and a 1.5 billion corporate bond. Which one do you want to talk about?
You're talking about 2026, right?
Yeah.
So how much is due in 2026 versus 2027, the other ones?
I see 1.9 in loans and
which?
1.9 in loans and 1.5.
Which one?
Okay, let me click the loan and find out. It says.
Let's just verify this stuff.
Okay, listen, maybe Bloomberg's wrong. It says first lien secured loan, 8.4% coupon. April 2026.
How much is due in 2026?
Maturity is April 22, 2026. Principal due 1.9 billion.
How much is due in 2027?
Let me see. This is a different kind of, well, there's two pieces. There's a 6 1/8 subordinated unsecured piece. That's 125. And then there's a 12 3/4 piece, 400 million. That's a first lien secured.
So what does that add up to?
Like 525, yeah.
So why were you so scared to talk about the 2026 debt last night?
I'm not scared to talk about anything, dude.
So can you understand why it's more important to focus on the 2026 bonds than the 2027?
They're all important.
But what's the most important?
I mean, they're all in.
Preventing AMC
The 2026.
they aren't bankrupt anymore.
I mean, the 2026 bonds are trading for 67 cents. So.
Okay, but what is the fundamental reason why the shorts are still shorting the stock?
I can't ascribe what like anybody's personal opinions are, but what I can tell you about my opinions are that when the debt, which is the 2026 debt or the 27 debt, I don't have any particular fixation. This piece is trading at 67 cents on the dollar, and the other piece is trading at.
Let me just jump in here real quick. When bonds, listen, just as a primer for we have a lot of retail folks, small retail, individuals in here probably listening. If bonds are trading below par or substantially so, like in this case, 60 cents on the dollar, the equity is essentially worth zero, right? It's an the equity.
Wow, that's just sad that you're.
He's right.
Well, no,
that's just embarrassing.
He's right.
Hear me out. So there's a difference. There's a huge difference beside,
dude.
Listen, listen. There's a difference between GameStop and AMC. There's a lot of confusion among people in the retail community about GameStop and AMC. It's night and day difference. I agree with Martin's take. The idea was AMC is going to get diluted. You guys are just going to continue holding the stock, and it's just going to keep getting diluted. They're going to have to raise money. There's a big difference between AMC and GameStop. These are not the same. These are not the same.
I didn't say anything bad about GameStop. Now you're just trashing AMC, which is just the other half of the coin.
I'm not trashing. I'm just telling you the reality.
You just said that equity's gone.
It is.
It is. Look, the debt is at 60 cents on the dollar. What is the equity worth?
So you really think the shorts won on AMC?
You tell me.
The company put itself out of business. It's not the shorts win.
I don't know. Look, I don't know if shorts are covering on AMC. All I'm telling you right now is the way it looks. Okay, they're gonna have to dilute more. Okay, that's what's gonna happen.
No shit. It's a
They're gonna restructure the company.
They get rid of all the debt.
Obviously, they have $4 billion of debt. The debt holders will trade you their debt for 60 cents, which is wishful thinking because the company is losing tons of money. Let's see how much money they lost last year. 2023, net income negative 300. You're not going to get out of $4 billion of debt by losing another 400 every year. The only way you can get out of $4 billion of debt is if you make 400 every year.
So I have a question about AMC. I went there last weekend with my son, and they're charging $17 for pretzels, and it's essentially concessions for two people cost $100 if you take a little kid with you. So they really should be doing better, I think, at $17 a pretzel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a tough business, and they're losing money, so you can't.
I don't know if it's $100 per person. I mean, we just went to an AMC theater recently, and it was the four of us, my wife and our kids, and I think you're right, it's expensive, but I think it was around $70-$80 for everybody. Popcorn, sodas. My wife gets the pretzels, my kid gets nachos, whatever. So it's like $80. It is expensive, I grant you that. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why I think it's difficult. Most people that I see at the movie theater now are kind of skipping out, on the soft drinks and popcorn and stuff. I mean, they really are. The diehard folks. Look, I am a diehard movie goer. I have nothing against AMC. I just think it's a struggling business. It's completely debt laden, so they're going to have to they're gonna have to do something about that debt. That's an albatross around the neck.
But what's gonna happen if the
They sold my 11-year-old on a $25 popcorn holder with that is an if character.
The interesting thing with the theaters is really the bar, right? You can go to a movie theater at AMC now and get wine, spirits. Yeah. That's where the moneymaker is, right? I mean, the margins there are massive. So beer, wine.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just getting back to the point, they have $4 billion of net debt. The debt holders think that they're going to get 60 cents back. There's an old saying on Wall Street that the debt market's always smarter than the equity market. So the debt guys don't think they're going to get repaid. That means that's because the company's going to go bankrupt, and the debt guys will have to fight it out in bankruptcy court. And this is basic markets, right? 101. There's nothing complicated here. Maybe there's some super smart take I don't know about, but it doesn't look good for AMC, needless to say. Having $4 billion of debt, net debt, and you losing more money on top. It's okay if you have leverage, if you can pay for it. But $4 billion of loss of debt means you gotta start being profitable. Even if you make $200 a year, that's 20 years. You make $500 a year. You still got 8 years left. It's not easy. This is a tough place to be if you're AMC. I wouldn't want to be on this side.
Martin, you got to remember they do have a gold mine, so there's that.
They do have a gold mine.
So what's going to happen if the 2026 debt maturities get pushed? Would that alleviate bankruptcy?
Yeah.
So would you post like something edgy or funny when the 2026?
Hold on. What? Gooch, hey, Gooch, let me ask you. What the 2026 debt? What is that tranche? How big is that?
Well, you just told me 2 seconds ago. You have it up right in front of you.
Not
I
me.
didn't know, Martin. I'm in my garage with flip flops and fucking cutoffs.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were Martin.
Yeah, shorts. Yeah, no. Martin's got it up. Martin, how big is that issue? That's
Which one?
2026 maturity.
The 2026s are 1.4 billion, trading for 85 cents.
That's a sizable chunk for look, rates are much higher today than they were 3 years ago.
So we're about to have $1 billion in cash, and they're going to do a deal with us so that we don't have to pay the whole thing.
Well, if they can restructure somehow without hurting the equity, more power to them. I agree. Listen, I don't have a stake in AMC. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation is when the debt's trading at 60 cents on the dollar. That tells you everything you need to know. There's a big difference between AMC and GameStop here. Now, if I were going to short something, I would be shorting AMC, not GameStop.
Are you shorting it?
Well, the problem with shorting,
If it's going to make you money, then why would
the problem with shorting
Because,
AMC.
again, I have no interest in AMC. I mean, anything can happen, and you're right. There could be some type of a crazy.
Sorry to interrupt. The problem with shorting AMC is a lot of the, there's not meat on the bones. This thing's down so much, it's hard to fathom shorting it. Even though 20% of the float is short, it's like picking on a dead body here. It's pretty ugly.
Yeah, what's the upside versus what's the potential downside, right?
I don't think there's much downside. I don't think there.
Dude, that's a great point that you brought that up. It's amazing. But you could still short it to the ground, right, and then not have to cover.
Let me just ask you. Listen, honestly, what is the upside here as a shareholder for AMC? I mean, the dilution that has already happened. It's crushed people, literally crushed people.
Dilution is forcing Wall Street to cover their naked shorts, so it's going to squeeze the
What?
stock. That's what.
What naked short? Hold on. What naked shorts? There's only 56 million shares short. There's 300 million shares. What naked short? There's no need to naked short. There's plenty of shares to short. I could short it right now.
I think he's talking about AMC. I think he's talking about AMC, not GME.
No, I'm talking about AMC. 20% of
Martin, how is it possible if AMC has a float of 295 million that they traded 630 million in one day on Tuesday the other week?
I don't know.
How is that possible though if there's not naked shares?
Some people
Let me
trade.
tell you how it's possible, Goop. It's free trading. So literally, just people. You got millions of people.
What about settlement laws, dude?
Man, that's a good point. I mean.
Yeah, I do think the scoop guy sucks. So if I buy stock at 9 o'clock and sell it at 10 o'clock, and then buy it at 11, sell it at 12, and buy it at 12 and sell it at 1, like that's fine to do. You can borrow AMC right now for 2%. That's not some weird like high short interest ratio. Like nobody's shorting AMC. 2% interest rate is nothing. So BB Sarah on my YouTube makes a really good point. There's 8,000 stocks. Why choose these two? It's meme propagation. People are lazy. That's my answer to that.
You sound like a scared short, buddy.
2%. I mean, the stock's down 98%. What the fuck is there to be scared of? It's over, man. It's a dead company.
Here's the thing. If you're sure, look, this is one thing I did mention a while ago in an AMC space, and I got promptly booted. This is the problem with the AMC group, is that they are like rabid fucking apes. My suggestion, this was about a year and a half ago, in an AMC space, was that, look, you guys that are underwater,
Do you hear yourself right now? You're calling the other half of the coin rabid apes. Like, what are you doing? You're supposed to.
Well, what? There's nothing that he's supposed to or not supposed to do. One of these stocks is down basically to bankruptcy. The other stock is, at least it's a fucking solvent, right? Like, one of these companies has $2 billion on the balance sheet. Look, they're not making money. They're even losing a little, but they'll be okay. It's not going anywhere. AMC is literally on the brink. Like, they are on the brink of bankruptcy.
That's why they didn't read it.
As long as there's hate for shorts, the value will go up. Especially with the amount of hate for shorts. That's it. That's the only thing that's popped up by at the moment.
Well, that's the thing. If there's a short cover, but I think Martin just looked on his terminal. Like, there's only 20% short interest in this thing, so it's not the same. It's not the same as 2021. Certainly, it's much different. Is it more? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. But see, I'm not, like I said, I'm not involved in AMC. But look, my suggestion to the apes a year and a half ago was this: very simple. Look, if you have, and most of these people have massive losses. I said this. Here's the thing: if you are a true believer in the AMC movement, and this is like a company that's going to survive in cash without going through a bankruptcy reorg, and it's going to come out of this small neck of roads, then why not just sell the stock? This was a year and a half ago, mind you.
Buy
Sell
the
the
debt.
stock. Wait 30 days. At least take the fucking tax loss. Okay, book that. Okay, and then buy it back in 30 days.
So now you're still desperate to just say you should
but why does it not make
so you
sense
can get
to you?
liquidity.
Here's the thing. Now, if you do have a massive move in AMC, this is just the smart thing to do. You take your loss, and then if you do have a MOAS and you end up selling it, you actually can make maybe a small profit or
Wait, so what are you saying? You're saying take the loss and then re-enter right away?
That's correct. 30 days.
Wow, you're incredible, dude.
But part of the problem at AMC is that they can't control the cost of how much they have to buy the movie rights to show the movies for.
No, but I want to go back to what Goo was saying, because I don't think you understand. Like, if you have a massive loss, most of these people in AMC have a massive loss in the stock. If you have a massive loss in the stock, but you still believe in the future of the company, without, by the way, it has to be without going through a reorg and getting wiped out. If you believe that, then why not take the fucking 30 days, book the loss?
You believe it, then why would you sell and re-enter?
Because you're booking the loss.
He doesn't understand. Yeah, he doesn't even understand.
What don't you understand? If you're
taxes, so many things.
All right, you guys are yelling at each other. One of the things that I'd say is that most of the people in AMC are not so concerned with tax gains or tax losses. I think they're mostly unsophisticated people that don't really. That's not a thing. Like, they're people who have like $500 or $1,000 in the stock, and they're. I mean, maybe they started with more, but at this point, it's pretty ugly. So just to give a little bit more reality check. So the revenue of AMC is $4.8 billion, or was, last 12 months, with a 10% margin, which they've never had. It would still take 10 years to pay the debt off. So even in a miracle where they had a 20% net margin, it would take a long time to pay this debt off. So bankruptcy seems like pretty much certain at this point. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they filed. I mean, I don't see why they can't file now. Like, they're insolvent. I think the CEO probably likes getting paid. Maybe there's it was at $3 recently. The recent Keith Gill rally gives them some excuse to go out there and try to sell some stock and get a little bit more life out of it. 12-month return, AMC, down 89%.
It was me and Amy sitting down telling you all the same shit we're saying right now. The same shit. It's a bankrupt company. Why? Why are you bothering? No, more ass, it's gonna squeeze. Okay, cool, good luck. I can't force you. You'd lose 89% of your money. That good? Now you need 10x return to break even? A 10x? Where are you gonna get that from? Because it's still the same balance sheet. It's still the same shit. 12-month return for GameStop? Up 28%. Half these apes, pretty smart. Half these apes, pretty dumb. Pretty good pair trade there. Long GME, short AMC would have made you 100% return. Now, I don't think GameStop's gonna keep going up. I think it's gonna go down, but you really have to be an absolute fucking retard to have ever owned AMC. Like, you literally don't know how to read a balance sheet. You know, we can argue about GameStop all day long, but as I've said earlier, AMC makes GameStop look like Nvidia. AMC makes GameStop look like Apple. Right? AMC is for the dumbest fucking people on the planet. It's a movie chain that loses huge amounts of money. It's down 89%. They tried to make a ticker called APE. Do you remember that? It's delisted now. It didn't work. They've tried everything. They still have $4.5 billion of debt. It's still a zero. Nothing's changing. I know there's a guy here that likes to talk about it. You've had your chance, Goob. All you've talked about is naked shorts and other fucking crazy conspiracy theories. The short interest here is low. It's 19%. It costs nothing to borrow to short, 2%. I think you're a crackhead. I think you need psychiatric help. These people that like GameStop, I think they're wrong, but I don't think they need antipsychotics. I think you need a high dose, possibly even intramuscular dose of haloperidol immediately and a straitjacket to keep those around you safe.
You know what? I gotta say just one thing.
Say it.
I think he was going to touch on the 8 preferred share. It didn't get delisted, but
yeah, it did.
Even if
yeah, it did.
Martin, even if there was like some.
He said, hold up! Don't do that to me. Don't do that to Scrub. Don't do that.
I think they're.
Hold up! No! Hold up! Who's talking while I'm talking? Are you crazy? Did it not get delisted? When I type APE and hit enter into my machine, it says delisted. Is there a market that you know about that I don't know about? Is there some fictitious market that you can see that I can't see? Tell me, please.
Well, I think Goop can explain the conversion there.
Oh, okay, but hold on. So is it listed or not? Is there?
It's not listed anymore.
Okay. So maybe it's delisted.
Okay, fair enough. Look, even if there was there's a lot of money sloshing around the system right now, and anything's possible. There could be. I've heard in some of these rooms, there could be M&A transactions, this type of thing. But look, if there is some type of M&A transaction where somebody comes in with deep pockets and wants to restructure AMC, if the bonds are at 60 cents, they might come in at 80 cents, which means
bankruptcy court. In bankruptcy court, yeah.
No one's paying 100 cents and then paying equity of any kind. So that's the problem.
Compliance. What do you got to say, man?
I think you guys are dreaming on AMC. I mean, it's just absolutely. I mean, look at the 2027 bonds. They're trading at 59 cents on the dollar. So even if people think that you guys are going to escape the 2026 debacle, they don't think there's any chance that you guys are going to make it through 2027.
I mean, never say never. There's been miracles. There's been miracles before. They're about 1 in 1,000 chance, but.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything recently like that, but.
It happens every now and then, It's very rare.
I mean, that's like a Hertz coming back to, coming back.
Correct. In fact, I think AMC came back to life, if I'm not mistaken.
From those levels?
Weren't they close? Weren't they close to filing, or they filed, or some shit?
I don't think I don't know that the bonds got down that low. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was a bad situation, and they did some weird. Maybe I'm thinking of Hertz. I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean they definitely had bonds that were down into the 60s and 70s, and 30% plus yields. So that's kind of where AMC. I just got fucked over by a broker that wouldn't sell me some AMC bonds. I was looking to buy just a tiny little lot of them, and they said it was below their standards for holding, and it pissed me off so much that I actually fired them. And they were just ridiculous about it. And then when added my Aaron recapitalized the firm, the 2026s went from 59 up to about 70. So that was a great move on his part, just to be able to stretch those. When he sold that, additional 85, whatever it was, million shares, that basically bailed out all the creditors for 2026.
Who knows? Maybe he'll do it again.
Well, if the share price continues to hold up, he can do it. He can get away with it.
I mean, the indefinite zombie company pays salaries, so.
Well, I mean, and his too, right? So you must be happy about that.
Anybody can speak in my spaces. You don't have to raise your hand.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna dip down.
See you later. Anybody?
Profile picture is epic.
Yeah. So I'm long GameStop, and it seems like you're missing some of the equation.
All right.
So I'm gonna try to give you some info, see what you think.
Fill me in.
That's what I hope for.
Go ahead.
They haven't been making money, but they've been making revenue. So they haven't made any profit, but they've been making revenue. So $6 billion has to come from somewhere. I mean, Steam itself only made like $8 billion last year. So it seems like the idea that they need to switch to a Steam type of platform, Steam type of business model. I mean, they would go directly compete with them and then maybe make as much as them and only get like a $2 billion increase. So that would be better than where they're at right now, but is that really like a good business model for them? Probably not. And
well, Steam also owns publishing. They get 3% or something of every sale after your video game sells over $1 million on their website.
Yeah,
I think it's still like $8 billion total revenue for Steam though.
Oh yeah.
They're not a huge business. I mean, it's not by any stretch. It's not like this is the definite business model for any gaming company.
Well.
And even then, like by the logic we're going with earlier, they should be out of business, GameStop. They should be out of business like Blockbuster was, or any of those other retail type of storefront music stores, whatever. But for some reason they haven't. So that $6 billion, it's coming from somewhere. There's a lot of people still interested. It hasn't gone up for the past 4 years. And it's true, you're right, hardware is not a big seller. It doesn't make them a ton of money. But when new hardware comes out, everybody sells their old hardware. And they sell their old games, and they sell their old controllers and accessories.
So
and
couple things real quick here. So Steam's revenue is not include the merchandise value. They take a cut. So they're not a retailer like GameStop. They don't take title of the game and then pass title to the customer, which is what GameStop does. They're an electronic platform that only books a fee that's mostly margin. So $1 in revenue for Steam is worth like 8 times revenue because it's all profit, versus $1 in revenue for GameStop is worth like nothing because there's no profit. So just keep that in mind that, there's a big difference between revenue for Steam and revenue for GameStop. Steam and Valve is very, very, very valuable. GameStop would be a tuck-in acquisition for Valve. You're not wrong that there is revenue for GameStop, but one of the things to keep in mind is that the Q1 number that they pre-announced is $882 million, the lowest amount of revenue almost in history for this company. At least the last 24 quarters. They haven't had a quarter close to 882. This is an incredibly shrinking company. It's not good. You know, it's not good when your revenue is shrinking because your profit is a function of revenue. Low revenue, you can lower your costs, but it's a race to the bottom. Usually the more revenue you have, the better. And you can try to get to a place of profitability with more revenue. It's called scale sometimes. And when you lower revenue, something called descale tends to happen because you still have your corporate expenses that don't leverage over the base, the revenue base. So I understand that you might have some stores that are so unprofitable you have to close them, but that's not a good thing. It's not going to make your business scale. And so going from 7,000 stores to 4,000 stores in a world where most of these transactions are happening online. Again, the only thing I could believe about the GameStop story that could make sense is this complete, more or less, pivot to collectibles with these trading cards, Pokemon, stuff like that. I don't think being a video game retailer is going to work.
Yeah, I agree. And I was making a point about Steam because I don't think they're the same business model at all. I don't think it's interchangeable. So when people bring that up, I don't think it's a very good counter to be like, oh yeah, GameStop should be out of business unless they try to shift and do something like Steam because it's not even comparable.
They're going to have a hard time trying to compete with Steam.
Yeah, there's no way they can either compete. They're not trying to make some sort of platform that people put their own titles out on and they take a small cut. And then I agree. I think collectibles, that's where the money is now. I think that's a big reason why they're still in business.
It's a small business for them though. It's only 15% of revenue.
Yeah, small business, but they're so unique in the space. I mean, there's no.
Oh, okay. Hold on though. So last year, collectibles were 754 million. Same amount 6 years ago, mind you, 700 million. And I project 800 million for 2024. I don't know how that carries the 8 billion in value that's unaccounted for. There's 2 billion in cash, that's worth 2 billion. Even I can do that analysis. But the other 8 billion, because there's a 10 billion market cap, there's another 8 billion missing. 700 in collectibles revenue is still not high margin. So I don't see where this 10 billion is coming from. Is the collectible business going to grow that much? Because it's not growing now.
No, I think it's in the uniqueness of what GameStop is. It's the only game company that's still in the U.S. that is, or in the world really, that's specifically for gaming. There's nobody else that has any sort of foothold in the gaming industry.
How do they turn that unique position? How do they turn turn that unique position to revenue and profits, which is what a business needs?
I mean, they're already turning it into revenue. So
well, revenue's been shrinking very quickly.
The other thing that's really missing is you're already paying for that.
Yes.
So let's look at this just really quickly.
That's the key.
First of all, which I've heard no one say, is return on invested capital is negative. So you could argue that sales growth in the existing business is actually destroying value. So just whole numbers real quick. Let's say 3 billion liquidation value, which is probably generous, but let's say you're paying 7 billion now for Ryan to pull a rabbit out of a hat, and it's not easy to create a $7 billion business.
Correct.
So Martin alluded to this last night, which is if you were paying $3 billion and you were taking a flyer on the option value, but if Ryan pulls $7 billion out of a hat, and that assumes that he doesn't have to burn any cash to do it, which we know he will, the stock is where it is now, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Now, I will say this. I'm looking at some old SEC filings. So everything that I just heard was spot on, and I'm really glad somebody echoes it, and some of it was said better than I could say, which is when you buy a stock where you're paying for the turnaround, there has to be a turnaround or you lose money. And that's just kind of the way expectations of value work. So at 4 billion, the turnaround for GameStop only has to be worth 2 billion. There has to be 2 billion for the video game business, or the core business. At 10 billion, the core business has to be worth 8 billion. So you really made it 4 times harder for this investment to make sense.
And that's the way it works in the stock market. When the stock goes up, it's a lot harder to justify the valuation. That's why people sell. Because they say, well, I liked it at 2 or 4 billion, but I'm not sure it's worth 10 billion. I got a nice guitar right next to me. I think I paid $800 for it. If somebody said, hey, Martin, I want to buy that guitar for $8,000. I said, I love my guitar, but you can have it. It's not worth $8,000. For that $8,000, I can buy 5 new ones and still have $4,000 left over. So you just have to look at the bargains and the value. Ryan, your mic is killing me. You got to look at the bargain and the value and say, is this make sense? Do I want to pay $10 billion for $2 billion of cash in a business that loses money? And how do I make sense of that bargain? Well, you look at other companies, which a lot of you guys haven't done. And if you look at a company called United Therapeutics, 10 billion, same story, they make $1 billion a year. That's closer to a bargain because at least I get my money back in 10 years. When are you going to get your money back in GameStop? How many years is it going to take?
It's not a perfect comp, Martin, but in terms of comparables as well, we know what trading cards are, sports cards, and there's also public comparables with pawn shops, which trade at $5 billion with massively better economics than this business.
Maybe they'll grow to be a huge collectibles trading house, but as Ryan said, until that happens, there's some doubt it'll happen. And if it does happen, what's that worth? That's worth $10 billion. Oh, that's the current price. That's a bad deal. You wouldn't want that deal, would you? Why would I pay $10 billion for something that you're hoping it's going to be worth $10 billion? The only reason I would pay $10 billion for something is if I thought it was worth $50 billion or $30 billion or $11 billion even. Something higher. But you have to make the case, yes, there are a bunch of people out there. There's an industry called private equity. And what they do for a living is they buy companies. And I'd ask you, go find somebody in your network. Go find somebody in your network, okay, that's in the private equity game. Not easy, but you can find somebody. You can find somebody online. Somebody will talk to you. Go find them and say, listen, you buy and sell companies for a living, right? Yes, I do. It's what private equity does. How much would you pay for this video game company? Or you know what? I got something better for you. Don't even tell them it's GameStop. Just show them the financials. Cover up the name. Just say, pal, what's this worth? What would you pay for this? What would your company KKR or Carlyle or Warburg Pincus, what would one of you guys pay for this? You buy companies for a living, right? Yes, that's what we do. So a big company can come to you and say, hey, we want to sell. Can you guys buy us? Yeah, that's our business. That's literally what we do. We employ a bunch of smart people. We pay them millions of dollars. They sit down, they crunch the numbers, and they say, this is what I'd pay. And they put the number on the table. Sometimes they lowball it. Sometimes they pay too much. But it's, kind of a fairish assessment. I don't think any of these private equity guys would pay $1 billion for GameStop. That would be a very rich price. And that means that the $1 billion for the value of the business, the $2 billion for the cash equals $3 billion. $3 billion is unfortunately $10 a share. $10 a share is unfortunately about a 70% decline from here. I'd rather you not lose 70% of your money because that sounds pretty painful. I'd rather you go buy some other stock that has a chance. Maybe it's Nvidia. Maybe it's a software stock. Maybe it's a pharma stock. I don't know. But it's not this stock. And the only reason you're looking at this stock is because somebody told you to look at it. And somebody's lying to you. And somebody's tricking you. Because there's a lot of stocks. And there's one stock out there that could make you rich. Could be the next Nvidia. And you're not looking for it. You're being lied to and misled to look at this stock. And this stock has nothing going on. Do I know what stock does? No, I don't. I'm not here to sell you anything. I don't give a shit. I'm an entrepreneur. I make my own stocks. But this is not the ticket. Now, could I be wrong? Sure. I'm wrong a lot. I could be wrong about this. This could be the next big company. But hopefully I persuaded you somewhat that it doesn't feel like
this is the company. And again, if you disagree, like I said, go to the professionals, go to the people who buy and sell companies for a living and ask them, what would you pay for this company? Don't show them the name. Just show them the numbers. The numbers don't lie.
Mark, can I answer that question?
Hold on, Ryan. The compliance wants to talk for a second. Go ahead.
Marty, I don't think any of us have like ever shit on GameStop. At least I haven't. I mean, you know, I always thought it was a legit business. I mean, it's got some problems. It's got some, you know, issues with growth and like what it's gonna do. AMC is a fucking basket case, and it has, you know, it's the debt that's killing it. You know, in pretty much all cases. And I don't know what to say other than that.
I think we moved on from AMC. I think we agree on that. Adrian, did you want to punch in?
Sorry, I just want to say thanks for the space. I gotta go. Awesome stuff. We'll be right again.
Sure. Ryan, did you?
Gamer to gamer, I heard that guy was long GameStop. Gamer to gamer, I am short. But I would say what you could take your money, you could put into Rockstar Games. You know, we're all buying GTA 6. We could even do that math of how many humans there are on the planet who can plug something into a TV and assume 60% of them buy this game, and it would be a better deal.
Okay, take two. Take two is the long pick here. Maybe.
Well, I've been in NVIDIA, thank God, for a few years because I like the graphics cards because I'm a gamer, and I did AI at work. But also, GameStop. You know, we said that they make a ton of margin on the reselling business, but I was going through in my head. They make 50% of margin on this reselling business, but there's plenty of better deals to be had when reselling it online. So I'm going through the head of someone who goes to GameStop to resell their Xbox, and I'm trying to think what percentage of these are stolen. Because if you're so value orientated to gain money on your used goods that you want to pass to someone else, you probably get the most value for it, aka going on Facebook Marketplace or eBay, unless it's stolen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of comments on that. I was the fund I worked at was one of the largest stockholders of Take-Two 20 years ago, and it was a slow decade. It took a decade for that stock pick to pan out, and then it went up about 8x. Go figure. We liked GTA in 2004, and it unfortunately Take-Two was just a dog for so long, and finally over the last 10 years it's been a rocket ship. I think
that is like the staff maturing themselves, like when people get rich, etc. It takes a little bit to like get back on their game.
I don't know. I think Take-Two is a weird company, man. You know, coming out with one game every fucking 6 years is a interesting, business model.
But I also read they do the NBA 2K now, and I think they just acquired it, but the market expected some amount of sales for NBA 2K, and they missed the mark on it.
Yeah, Zynga's their newest thing, obviously, but it's a very tough business. Anyway, Ryan or anybody else?
I think it's been frustrating hearing this because it's like doing fundamentals on shitcoins, but there's a reason why these companies were like shorted to begin with, and like by big institutions, and then they found that those shorts, and then they did the exploit. But to expect that to happen twice with their finding these shorters with their pants down, it's not going to happen. So like, there was a reason why these companies were shorted. They were probably worth what they were valued at the time, and then they found this exploit. But we're like in 2 more years, we're like entering a whole new age where video games are going to be real-time rendered. There might not even be consoles or hardware.
That's a good point.
It will be cloud compute. We're seeing like real-time AI, and you could have like.
No, it's possible.
You could have a very simple, because I've built video games in Unreal Engine, and it would make sense to have a low poly model and then have like a wrapper AI.
Yeah,
real-time
people have talked about that. No, NVIDIA wants that future. I mean, they want a future where the rendering happens in a cloud and you just stream the output. I mean, it sort of makes.
We did see AWS.
Kind of makes more sense, to be honest.
Technology also with voxel technology. So instead of using a 3-dimensional overlay that traditional video games use, you would have the voxel technology, which is basically the next step in computation for fully automated organically derived graphics processing for, like the Matrix, voxel technology. I would definitely check that out.
I don't think it's crazy.
Yeah, voxels aren't new, but I mean, nobody wants. The only time I ever game anymore is on airplanes. I'm not going to be able to stream something great from an airplane. It's not going to work out. So,
Also, like with the theaters, it's like I got the goggles, the Apple Vision Pro, and probably one of the thing I'm most bullish on that is like watching the virtual experiences that they've built, and like watching 3D films and like being immersed inside the film. It's gonna be hard to recreate that in like a physical environment. So people are gonna enter these like private experience sessions. And it's just going to get crazy. Like, things are going to get crazy. And probably, like, 7-Eleven will make it. Like, brick and mortar, I would look at 7-Eleven. Like, that could be a funny meme stock. But, like, if we're looking for exponents, I don't think GameStop or AMC are going to be an exponent of, like, the new world that we're entering.
No.
Definitely, like, NVIDIA. Just go dump, get one share in NVIDIA right now before the stock split, and you're doing better than, GameStop and AMC.
Martin, and to answer your question, I was involved in a bunch of private equity transactions in the last 3 years, and you couldn't even get leverage on this thing in this interest rate environment. There is no private equity buyer.
There are people out there that'll
loan down.
They'll do all cash deal if it's exciting enough, and if the turnaround is enough, they maybe eventually get leverage.
Like we just talked about, if we were trading at $3 billion, maybe then we'd have an argument.
Not at this price. No. I'm talking about selling this whole retail business for $1 billion. I think somebody would do it.
Oh yeah, I would too, of course, with the cash on the balance sheet. But
No. Just to separate the business out for $1 billion.
Burn in $200 million a year. I don't know about that.
Well, if the fact that that's a debate is got to be the scariest thing in the world for GameStop, right? Because hold on. I'm saying that they could sell their core business for $1 billion, and this guy who sounds smart, I don't know, never heard of him before, sounds relatively smart and sophisticated, is saying, I don't think so. I don't think you could sell their core business for $1 billion. So between the two of us, and I'm giving some credit due for GameStop, which I'm trying to meet some of you guys halfway. Let's even say $2 billion. This guy says, I don't even think you could get $1 billion. So let's say meet halfway, it's $1.5 billion. And he's sitting here saying, I would never pay for that. And I'm saying, all right, maybe look a little rosier picture. It's $2 billion. He says, let's do 1.5. But I'm going to lose that money. Add the 2 in cash, and you're talking about a huge downside. None of us think you could sell this core business for $4 billion or $5 billion. And you certainly can't sell it for what it's going for right now in the market at $8 billion. The beautiful thing about the markets is that you can buy pieces of a company instead of the whole company. But if you wanted to buy the whole company right now, the market's saying it's $8 billion for the operating business and $2 billion for the $2 billion in cash. But that $8 billion, we're arguing about whether it's even worth $1 billion. I'm saying yes, why not? Take a chance. He's saying nah, nobody's taking that chance. This shit ain't worth $1 billion. But you're going and buying it in the stock market for $8 billion. We're haggling over whether it's worth $1 billion. Think about how crazy that is. What are we missing? I've been in business a long time, made a lot of money. This guy sounds pretty smart too. And I'm saying it's worth $1 billion, and he's saying not even close. And you're saying it's worth $8 billion. How? How could this make sense? Make it make sense. Redskin, what up, man?
Also, the real estate factor.
Amen. And yes, I have the answer, actually. And then we can cross it to real estate if you wish. But yeah, it does make sense because what GameStop is missing, like I say, the stock
versus the company. You know, and if someone was in control of that $2 billion cash, am I talking too loud?
No.
But if someone was in control of that $2 billion cash, they could find a way to turn it up, you know, and invest in even more layers.
But a lot of people have a lot of cash out there, including private equity, including VC. You know,
Mall is buying the brand value. Investment at the moment? Do you think mall real estate is a good investment? I have a GameStop right near my house, and I can swear to God, you know, if you take the number of stores that are available, or the market cap of the company versus how many stores, that place is not worth $2.2 million a year. I never see anybody in there. Never. And we're talking about, I live in the Silicon Valley, and I never see anybody in there.
That sounds like an average McDonald's annual revenue, and I see people going through McDonald's all the time.
$2.2 million per store.
well, right now it's they're doing 1.3.
So that's what it nets to, and that includes all their international stores as well.
Wow, GameStop makes $1 million. They sell $1 million. Wow.
1.3.
People are walking in that door.
1.3 a store a year.
See, this is the evolution everyone's missing.
Somebody just made the same argument that exactly where we are. You're going to buy the company and go through a transaction and all of that to have control of $2 billion. So then your argument is that you just put in a better CEO than Ryan. You know, your white knight, your savior is going to come. Last time I checked, Steve Jobs is dead.
Well, I think, I dropped that thing in the comments or whatever on the blue pill, whatever it was. But it was about the tokenization of things. And if, GameStop is sitting on a mound of cash, which is good. That's a good place to be, sitting on cash. Where can we put it?
Yeah, but how are they going to get better returns than everybody else that's sitting on cash? We're all sitting on cash.
Right.
Yeah, cash is 5% right now. I mean, or 6%. Or maybe 7 or 8 if you know what you're doing. I mean, I don't see $2.2 million per store. That's what you've got to generate.
I'm thinking that.
Yeah, but you also don't see 1.2, which is what they have right now. And you said you never see anybody in there. So it's clearly happening and you don't see it.
Well, they have customers. They have revenue.
If you have consoles coming out in the next 2 years, do you think their revenue is going to go down with new consoles coming out?
You'd be surprised.
The console makers don't even make money off of consoles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's their loss leader for games.
The hardware itself does not make money, but when people come and bring old hardware in, now they have other money coming in. Like just because
that's like a pawn shop, though.
Right, but that's how they. That's how many ways to make money. And it's proven it for a long time that's how they make money. I mean, that's why they're still.
They don't make money right now, unfortunately.
Hey, real fast, straight up, you hit the nail on the head. That's what it is. We close all the stores. We rebrand them as we still sell everything just like we do. And it is a pawn shop. And now we're selling finance to everyone. We're teaching everyone about Robinhood. Robinhood or E-Trade or whatever. You teach people how to turn their world into making them more money. And that's what
do you really think the revenue is going to go down further if new consoles get released?
I think that new consoles have been released.
If you look at the release,
that's gonna be a long time.
It's
gonna be like
already happening this year.
New consoles have been released perennially, and this company has still not found a way to make money. And if they find a way to make money, wake me up, because right now it's not looking too good.
Well, when we were looking, like last 6 years, 4 years, right?
Sure.
And there hasn't been a new console since 6 years.
They didn't make money back then either.
Say that again?
They didn't make money in the last console.
Like Switch?
2020, the PS5 and Xbox XS launched. I have the dates here. They lost money every single year, including that year.
Yeah,
the console's the loss leader for the games. Like the console's always the loss leader for the.
Yeah, I don't think I studied. I studied this, and there is no correlation between the console cycle and their profitability, from what I can see.
Hey Martin, can you move O'Hara? I like what he has to say.
Okay, O'Hara. You want me to move somebody up or down?
Move
might have to make some
Somebody down.
spots. Yeah, let's make some spots here.
Am I at spot 3, or is that just my POV?
What's up? Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, just had another thought that I thought I'd pass along here. One of the things, as I mentioned before, this GameStop is not a new thing for me. I've been in this thing for a long time, but one of my original takes on this situation with GameStop was this was a severely misunderstood company going back to 2018, 2019. And, my thesis was never a molasses big bucket short squeeze. It was just simply putting 2 and 2 together. The company had sufficient cash flow to stay alive. It was being treated as if it was going bankrupt tomorrow. And, they had a revolving door basically in the C-suite, which didn't help. It really, my thesis was always that somebody's going to take the helm and really guide this company back to profitability. Now, one of my theses was, and still is today, by the way. Let me throw this out there and see what you guys think. And Martin, this might be helpful to you because if this were to come out, this thing's going to go a lot higher. Imagine GameStop partnering up with somebody like a Best Buy or a Target or a Walmart, where just like Sephora did many years ago, where you walk into a Best Buy and in the middle of the store, there's a big banner, circular banner that says GameStop in the store. And you walk in and you're able to shop for all of your electronics, your computers, your appliances, and then voila, the kids can go into GameStop while you're there. And basically, what GameStop could do and what Ryan Cohen, and they may have talked about this, internally, they can shutter some of the stores that are unprofitable in areas where they have a Best Buy or a Target or a Walmart, and basically incorporate a GameStop within a big box retailer. I think that would.
Why would they do that?
Well, I think that would be. Listen, I think that would be a really big.
They could just crush them and put them out of business.
Yeah, if I'm the retailer.
That's the thing, they can't, because listen, GameStop carries. Listen, GameStop. Let's face it. They have the brand. They have the cachet. They really truly do.
No, they don't.
They
Nobody
do.
knows them.
They have a negative brand from
Target, Amazon.
So I'm just letting you guys know. I wouldn't be surprised if this year there was not an announcement from Ryan Cohen to that effect that they're
Well,
going to be
maybe.
partnering with a big box retailer and putting.
Maybe, but here's.
What they'll do is they'll do a pilot.
Here's the thing. I mean.
They'll pick 10 markets where they can do this.
I think it's.
And just, by the way, if they just announced the pilot program with Best Buy or Target as a GameStop within their store, checkmate.
All right.
I'm just telling you guys that right now.
All right. So I think it's important to have a good imagination because you can come up with ideas that could be creative and then try to make these things come true. But at the end of the day, I'm happy to sit here and wait and see when these things will actually happen. Because right now, it's just, a company that's losing money and shrinking. So they're going to need to do something. That's a creative idea.
Well, like I said, I think they're tossing a lot of ideas, and I don't think Ryan Cohen's asleep at the wheel here. I think he's got.
Yeah, I'm sure he isn't. I'm sure he isn't, but
incentive in the world to make this work.
I'm sure.
He staked his career on it now.
Yeah, but the problem.
Worth $4.2 billion. He's not exactly, gonna go broke if he's not successful at.
I was gonna say Eddie Lampert.
I don't mean to be cliche, but I'm
Hold on. Yeah, I heard of this. I'm sorry, Ryan, to cut you off. I remember when Eddie Lampert. You guys are probably all too young for this. I hate to say that. I can't believe I'm saying that these days. I remember when Eddie Lampert took over Sears and Kmart and merged them, and it didn't end well. Eddie had an impeccable record, better than Ryan Cohen. Sometimes you just can't force a square peg in a round hole. It just is hard. The Sears Kmart thing was a disaster, but it was SHLD if you remember. It was big stock, great stock. It was 2002 if I remember correctly, or 2003 and 4. And Eddie had a great hedge fund. And you don't hear much about that anymore. I think this is going to end up like that. It's not easy to, perform a miracle. And you're paying for some of the miracle, which is the point that Ryan and I here keep making. You gotta buy something that you're not paying for the miracle, then hope the miracle happens. That's what value investing is all about. You pay for a base business, and you get something else for free. For example, if GameStop was at 2.2 billion market cap, I would be the biggest shareholder. Why? Well, you got 2 billion in cash. The only downside is about 10%. And if anything ever good happens out of this shitty, crappy, terrible business that they have, and it's worth $1 billion or $2 billion, I double my money. But the worst case that happens is I lose 10%. That's a good deal. Your deal right now is the worst thing that happens is you lose 75%. And the best thing that happens is they do a turnaround and you break even. That's not a good deal. Why would I want to break even in my best case scenario? That's crazy. And Ryan is probably telling you that that's wishful thinking, that your best case scenario probably isn't even breaking even. Your best case scenario is you lose 50%. Your worst case scenario is you lose 75%. That doesn't sound like a great situation to be in. And again, I'm welcome to be corrected, but I haven't heard anything yet after hours and hours of streaming that makes sense to me.
Well, look, Martin, just to be fair, the whole situation with Kmart and with Eddie Lampert, with ESL Investments, I mean, that was a fuck up right from the get-go.
So is this. So is this.
Here's the thing. It's funny that you say you'd be the biggest shareholder of GameStop at $2 billion because they have $2 billion in cash. Of course, that's the case. In fact, that was the case in 2019.
Yeah, it was good. Listen, you keep going back in time. You keep going back in time to your great trade. I can tell you war stories all day about my great trades. We don't give a shit about your investment from a long time ago. The question is, what's GameStop going to do now? It's trading for 30. Where's it going?
Well, look, I'm going to repeat myself. I mean, being short GameStop is probably the wrong short to be making at this point. There's plenty of shorts that are much better candidates.
Listen, you said this earlier. Yeah, you're allowed to. No. Shut up. You're allowed to make your position, but it's not like when you say there's better shorts that you know for sure. You don't know what the market's going to bring. I think it's a good short. You don't think it's a good short? Fine. In 6 months, we'll compare notes and see who was right.
Yeah, but I mean, again, this is a valuation short for you, right?
It doesn't matter. Again, this is like stupidity. This is first level hedge fund thinking stupidity. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what quote unquote valuation short, M&M short, Dr. Dre short, Magic short, McDonald's. What's the label? Who cares? It's a short. I'm betting it's going to go down. I'm either going to be right in 6 months or not. It doesn't mean, classifying the bet doesn't change the bet. I think it's a good short. We'll see in 6 months who was right.
Yeah, Martin, listen, you don't need to flex the hedge fund thing with me, dude. I've been around hedge funds all my career. Listen, I have to tell you.
Doesn't sound like it.
Listen, Martin, this is exactly my point, and we've been going back and forth here. I get your position, but here's the thing. GameStop today is very much like GameStop in 2019, 2020.
Listen, we'll see what happens. I don't know. I can't tell the future.
This company is not going out of business anytime soon.
That's clear.
It doesn't make any sense. It's a valuation short.
What's wrong with a value? I'm sorry. When you short stocks, do you not care about their valuation? When you short stocks, you don't care about their valuation.
I do, but listen, when I'm shorting stocks, it's not purely from a valuation.
That's cool. I do it my own way.
Yeah, but again, I think if they were to throw something out like this, where they do a partnership with a Best Buy or a Target, that changes the playing field dramatically.
Good. We'll see what happens when it happens. Yeah. But for now, I think this.
By the way, what's interesting? When J.C. Penney did this with Sephora, okay, that was for them for temporarily. I mean, they ended up going through a reorg anyway because they worked up, but temporarily it was actually a really good thing for.
Because it's retail. Every one of these things is going bankrupt.
And here's the other thing with the retail. And I kind of agree but disagree with you on this because when you're comparing Kmart and like the big box stores that have 150,000 square foot footprints versus like a GameStop that has a 5 to 10,000 square foot footprint, it's apples to oranges. You know, you could put a GameStop within a Best Buy and be very profitable for both stores.
Let's see it happen. Let's see it happen.
Well, no one's going to Best Buy. Your kids are, because you're bringing them in your car to Best Buy. That's why your kids are going.
No, listen, when my kids were little, they were asked to go to the game store. They would call it the game store. Can we go to the game store?
And now they
And like Instacart, Best Buy.
yeah.
I mean, that's, you know.
Now they sit at home and get electronic delivery of the game like everybody else.
We're in the post-COVID world.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me tell you guys.
Those days are over.
Martin, a great analogy to this whole thing, this topic of retail, is Amazon and how Amazon started with Jeff Bezos and books. Okay, Amazon literally single-handedly put bookstores out of business, like Borders, and many local bookstores and everything else. You know what's interesting now? They're bringing bookstores back. Why? Why are they bringing bookstores back when you can buy it literally?
Let me know when they go public.
People like to be in stores. People like to go to the bookstore. They like
Everything
physical.
Everything you're saying is cool, but where's the revenue and earnings?
And you're a book. Listen, you're a book guy. I'm a book guy. I like to go to the bookstore. I like to feel the book. I like to have my espresso. Look at the new books coming out. Flip through the pages. Look at magazines. My wife and I love going to bookstores, and I think millions of Americans.
That's a cool
Amazon's
story. Where's the revenue and earnings?
Well, it's yet to be determined whether that's that's a sustainable thing.
How long are we going to wait for that?
But here's the thing. I think this time around there'll be a lot fewer of those stores. The problem with retail largely has been just a massive build out over the last 30 years of retail, and then Amazon single-handedly over the last 20 years has really put a kibosh on margins for all these guys. All of us shop on Amazon. I can tell you. And by the way, this is impacting even stores like Lowe's and Home Depot. I just recently bought some tools on Amazon. I mean, I could have driven down to the Home Depot 5 miles from me, but why? When I could just go on Amazon and say, okay, I need these.
Look, the personal anecdotes.
Same for GameStop.
The personal anecdotes are lovely. At the end of the day, I live in the world of financial statements. They reported pre-announced Q1, $882 million in revenue. I've gone back while listening to your stories as many quarters as I can. Last 28 quarters, this is the worst revenue number for the last 28 quarters in a row, 882. People will tell you for whatever reason that that's a good thing. It is not a good thing when your company's revenue has reached record lows. Why? Because you have core costs that have to be spread across the company's footprint and business. You're descaling. Now, maybe those are really bad stores, but that's just having a really bad problem. And by fixing that problem, you still have to pay for the rest of the business, the SG&A. So the gross margin of the stores can't pay for the SG&A. Lower revenue doesn't help. Store shrinkage numbers don't help. I don't know where this steady state business is profitable. Is it at 1,000 stores? Is it at 2,000 stores? Either way, this company ain't worth $8 billion. This little retailer ain't worth $8 billion. It doesn't make sense. Down 29% year-over-year revenue. Wow. What part about this is exciting? You got a bunch of cool ideas, and I'm sure Ryan's got more of them, but cool ideas and 250 gets you on the subway in New York. And, what works in the stock market is revenue and earnings. And apparently Roaring Kitty. But that won't last long, man. Roaring Kitty is fallible human like the rest of us. He's not George Soros. He's not Steve Cohen. He's not Jim Simons. Rest in peace. And even those guys don't move stocks 3x. So, following this dude is not brilliant. And again, thing about Cohen, Ryan, is that yes, can he turn $2 billion into something? Sure. But I can also give $2 billion to Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel and hope that they make me money too. They got a lot bigger chance of doing that, by the way. And I can buy secondary shares of their funds for cash value of $2 billion. When I go buy their secondary fund, it doesn't trade at $8 billion because they're smart investors. It trades at the cash that was put in until the investments bear fruit. Nobody would pay $8 billion for the $2 billion somebody put in Mark Andreessen's fund. They would only pay $2 billion until there was $8 billion in proven value. They would pay $8 billion. Same thing here. Why pay for extra for this guy's value he hasn't proven yet? Let him prove it. The only thing he did to prove it once was this NFT marketplace. He proved that you should be cautious about his expansion ideas. Not excited. Cautious. Listen, sometimes these rich guys, by the way, that have done really well as operators, I've dealt with them my whole life, trying to put them in pharma companies. Sometimes they're washed up because they're too rich and they don't care. They got the driver, they got the summer house, they walk on water. I'm thinking of a particular guy, just gave me a headache thinking about him. Nice guy. Got a good relationship with him. Thought about making him CEO of one of my companies. He went somewhere else. That company did not do well. He did not turn it around. He did not make it successful, even though he did it 3 times already in the past. 3 big turnarounds, big wins, multi-billion each. Rich guy all of a sudden. Then, a little arrogant all of a sudden, thought he was a big strategist, he's really a big operator, and flubbed his next companies. I gotta check out what he's doing now. These turnaround artists and these entrepreneurs, they're not always perfect for the second act. There's a lot of guys out there. They have a great first act. Second act's disappointing. There's no guarantees. Elon has had 4 great acts in a row. Beautiful, wonderful. But it does not mean that this guy's Elon. It doesn't mean the next guy who sells a company is Elon. Sometimes these guys sell a company, they lose their hunger. They lose their interest. We just don't know. All I know about this guy is he made an NFT marketplace. That's not getting me excited.
Hey, Martin, not to slip in your jet stream, but just or thought stream, but just a couple things. Not only Eddie, but look at Ackman and Ron Johnson. He was going to come from Apple, be the great hoe.
They did that with J.C. Penney, yeah. But here's the thing, guys. Look, but here's the thing, guys.
No, hold on. You're interrupting him. He literally said he wanted to go on a little thing, and you're just telling him that, no, I need to talk. Let Ryan talk. Ryan? Sorry, I muted everyone, so you can...
I'm sorry. I just, turned around a large roll-up that took 3 years, and what I was going to say was sometimes $2 billion with a blank sheet of paper is easier than $2 billion in an existing business. Because the existing business constrains thinking, there's institutional inertia, change management. Sometimes it makes it harder. So, Martin, to your point, if you could give $2 billion to smart people with a clear runway as opposed to...
Come on, Ryan. That's nonsense. Ryan, Martin's idea... Hold on a second. Martin's idea of giving it to some, VCs, because they can manage it better. Look, venture capital investments are notoriously opaque. So none of them are marked to market. Okay, very rarely do they have a fucking Amazon win or an Apple win or any win for that matter. Most of their investments go to shit. So
well, same shit here. That's the point.
He can make you money. My point is that I think it's a non-starter to even make that argument. This is an operating business. Ryan's got a huge stake in it. And I think they're going to figure this thing out.
Well, what do you think Peter Thiel does? What do you think Peter Thiel does? People give Thiel $2 billion to make money with it. By the way, he's never lost.
How many investments has Peter made that have gone to shit?
Well, when you buy a fund, you don't, buy for you buy for the general return. He's done very well. It's very hard to get into his funds, and the point is that. It's hard to turn $2 billion to $8 billion. A lot of people are trying to do that. People with no restrictions whatsoever, to Ryan's point. And I think that nobody pays for a secondary. Sometimes you need to get out of these funds. You sell them to somebody else. Let's say you bought into Thiel's fund on January 1st, and some emergency happened. You need to sell the fund, and you put $2 billion in the fund for argument's sake. You don't sell it for $10 billion because it's Peter Thiel and he's a fancy guy that's made a lot of money. He's a genius. You sell it for $2 billion, right? You don't mark it up to $10 billion saying, well, Peter's going to make a bunch of money this time. Well, maybe he will. He's done it the last 8 times, but you don't know if Founders Funds 4 is going to be worth $10 billion in the end. You just don't know. So anybody who would buy that, in fact, more likely it actually traded at a discount to that $2 billion. And so, the market's leading us to believe we should pay $10 billion for Ryan Cohen's unproven ability to turn $2 billion into something else.
I'll wait, thank you very much, until he actually does turn it into something else, especially after seeing the NFT debacle. It's kind of like, why am I excited about this guy? What has he done last? NFTs. Didn't work. Didn't take much to see it wasn't going to work. And again, nobody gets credit for a new business idea, which are notoriously hard to do, as you said, as we saw with the NFTs. Very hard to start new businesses. Every business in America, Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, every pharmaceutical company, every software company, we all want new businesses because our old businesses aren't growing anymore, and we want new products and new ideas. And we've got tons of guys working on them, and they just don't grow on trees. They're hard to do. And then you've got, like I said, the VC community. That's their job, to start new businesses and fund them and make them happen. And it's a hard job, to your point. Peter Thiel is one of a kind. There's not many Peter Thiels out there. Most of the VCs are not that. Most of them lose money. And, like I said, I'm not willing to give credit for even Thiel's or Andreessen's touch, because I don't know if that fund is going to perform. Sequoia's funds did great, and then a couple of their funds didn't do so great. And that's why nobody's willing to pay for results that haven't happened yet. Maybe they'll pay for Elon. But in a publicly traded company, you're paying an awful lot. And if it doesn't come true, you're paying a big price. That's why at $2 billion, I'm a lot more confident in GameStop than $10 billion.
Look, what I was going to say, Martin, real quick, I got cut off.
You're getting cut off. You're getting cut off because you want to talk over everybody.
Yeah, he is the quickest.
Martin, I just wanted to say thanks. Good conversation. I think you changed my mind. Big fan. Listened to you for a long time, so thanks for taking out time
Thanks,
to talk
sir.
to everybody.
Anytime.
Also, I
You'll
don't
buy
know
some
how
cake too, bro. For that
I
GME.
don't know how. Will do. I also don't know how you deal with some of these people.
Patience.
They're crazy. Just listen to
You should have seen prison. You should have seen prison. People would come to my cell and ask me for stock tips, and I just exhale deeply and spend hours doing this. I've learned.
That's awesome. I hope you gave some terrible advice.
No.
Later, man.
Martin,
Thank
I
you.
used to go to your video streams back in the day. Forgot even what platform you were on. I think this was before your trial or something.
Yeah. YouTube.
Look, going back to Ryan Cohen, I think, you have to remember he started a business from scratch, took it IPO, became a wonderful business that was sold. So look, the reality is he is.
But he was also selling like relevant products, right? Like
but
he wouldn't take care of your pets. That's like a built-in market. That was
it's not like he's coming from a different industry. He's coming from a retail operator background, which is what he's doing now. So not giving him any credit, I think, is very disingenuous.
Well, why would he get credit? Why, it's like I'm buying
He's
up.
got more experience.
Well, hold on. All these people, wait. He's got more experience than what?
He's got more experience than you or I managing a retail business than you or I.
A retail business, sure, yeah. I'm not in retail. The point is though that if you're saying buying GameStop is like what? Why is anybody interrupted? Why would anybody interrupt me mid-sentence? Why the fuck would anybody do that? Extremely rude. If buying GameStop stock is like a SPAC where we're giving Ryan Cohen $2 billion, it should trade at $2 billion. Right? That's it. We value the money at its book value. We value the stores at the value of the stores. That's it. What are the stores worth? $1 billion? $2 billion? They're not based on anything on cash flow, but of course they have to be worth something. They have to be worth cash flow at some point. And that cash flow would have to come from some strategic position they have that's not really clear, that somehow they can transform it into cash. Maybe they just turn into a collectibles company really, really skinny down, and that collectible business secretly is throwing off $100 million in cash. They just have to get really, really small. Okay. So maybe the stores are worth $1 billion, maybe $2 billion. Fine. But the cash is only worth $2 billion. Right? The guy
could be the best investor literally ever, like Peter or Mark or Steve Cohen. But you can buy shares in those guys' funds, and they're not asking you for a 4x markup. You put in what other people are putting in. And until the stocks go up or the VC investments go up, nobody's saying, oh, it's worth 4x instantly because this guy's a good track record. A lot of people have good track records. And there's no need to pay up 4x book value for a fund. Banks trade at book value, and they have a license to print money. So I don't see the sense of paying for I guess, he's a successful guy, great. There's a million successful guys out there that are peddling, invest with me, I'll do it again. I'm one of them. But when I go to my investors, I don't tell them, I don't know, man. It'd be very weird to sell people on a blank check and say it's worth that much more than it's trading for. Like, it's normal at a small valuation, but as you get bigger, like when I went to investors, a year ago, and I said, I'm starting a new company, would you like to invest? They bought a portion of the company for some cash, and, that's normal. But as we get bigger, we have to have something to show them, some kind of progress, revenue, earnings, users, something, and then they could give us more money and more money and more money. But it's hard to just say, just give me capital, I've had a successful past, and value my business at 10 billion, I want you to invest 2 billion. People will say, well, wait a second. Your ideas are worth, this much? I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. Michael Kimchi.
Hey.
What's up?
Sure, that's all I have.
Okay, hi guys. I have a question for O'Hare. So anecdotes are fine and dandy. Oh no, did he leave? No, he's here. Are fine and dandy, but GameStop starts and ends as a business. What do you see as GameStop's economic moat? Or are you simply waiting for a speculative mimetic catalyst from Ryan Cohen?
Look, I want to just address, before I answer your question, just what Martin was saying. Martin, all of this stuff you just said was a lot of word salad. Valuations are different for different sectors, different businesses. So, you're throwing in venture capital, you're throwing all these other disparate businesses.
Well, hold on, that's what it is. That's what it is. You're saying that he's going to turn the $2 billion into something. That's called venture capital. It's literally what it is.
Look, you keep muting. Look.
Yeah, I keep muting you because I need to answer you.
I just don't think you understand what's going on at GameStop.
How?
I don't think you've done a lot of work or a lot of modeling of any kind. So
there's nothing to model. It's just losses.
Listen, Mark, you're throwing darts. You're making up all these fucking. You love to talk, right? You love to talk and you love to hear yourself talk.
No. That's you, dude. That's you. You haven't said one coherent fucking thing. They have $2 billion in cash that they're praying to turn into something else. There's a business very similar to that called venture capital, but you don't just have to look at venture capital. You can look at any other business. Every business is trying to. It's the definition of business. They can't do it. If they do it, we'll worry about it then. So far, his one idea has been NFTs. So why should I give this guy credit that he's going to turn $2 billion into even something more than $2 billion? I think he's going to turn $2 billion into less than $2 billion because that's what he's done so far. Right? Cash flow from operations last year, negative $250. What are we going to get this year? Is it going to be up? I don't think so. I bet you it'll be down. Every business in America is trying to get an ROIC above their WACC. They have a cost of capital. Everybody's cost of capital is positive. 3%, 5%, 7%. And they're trying to get a return on a new business initiative. It could be Amgen, it could be Coca-Cola, it could be a fund, it could be anything. That is business in America. It's very simple, it's universal. You put your extra capital to work. If you can't find a high returning thing, you do a dividend or a buyback. That is business in America. Funds work the same way. Funds are saying to you, we can invest in a high return of capital, give us your money. Corporations are doing the same thing implicitly. That's why finance, principles of corporate finance, Finance and school, they're very related to investments. You can make investments from a corporation, you can make investments in a fund, sort of fundamentally the same thing. Internal or external, as some companies put it. They have $2 billion, they have to invest it in something. Last time they tried, it was a boondoggle, it was a fucking disaster. Usually, if a company makes a disaster, they're going to have a track record of more disasters. Maybe this is just a one-off disaster. But if you're asking me to grade this guy's brilliance on his moves, that was a bad move. Nobody thinks that was a good move. So what's the next move? We'll see. But at the moment, the business is atrophying, shrinking, shitty, and terrible. There's nothing good about it. They get the lowest revenue they've ever had in history. They're in a retail business, swimming upstream against digital distribution of their products. Nobody needs their core business. So they'll continue to shrink. Maybe they'll make money selling trading cards. I don't know. But like every other investor on Wall Street, I don't have to imagine and dream and pray. I can just look at every quarter. And last quarter they lost money. The holiday season, they shockingly found a way to lose money. Almost impossible, but they had negative 12 million in cash flow from operations in the holiday season. Amazing. It's just a train wreck. There's a million stocks out there at the same valuation that make money. You don't have to bet on the turnaround. You have cash flow. So to me, this is just one-on-one stuff. I'm not addicted to the stock because I have a prior, involvement in it. I think that, I haven't heard a single intelligent thing from that. You could say something pejorative, like, oh, you're saying word salad. I don't know. What part of it is word salad? That's $2 billion in cash they have. They need to make a return. They haven't made returns in the past. How are they going to make returns now? Is there a plan? There's nothing there.
So I have a quick way that so what they can do is they sell shares directly to the market, and they just use their big stock printer to print off more and more float. They sell that to everyone who wants to buy it, and they just report that as their revenue, and then they grow revenue.
That sounds like a game plan. Michael.
Because they have voters for them.
Michael.
Hey, yeah, I was just going to address, I guess, two of the main issues. One would be the NFT store, and I think part of that was that he was just trying to fund the space, to grow that space to later be able to use it, because, to be the central, it wouldn't make sense that each person, like X, has their own NFT store and whatnot as well, and it would just make sense. They wanted to bring money into the space so that the technology got advanced, but they wanted to keep it decentralized so that there wasn't as much room for regulatory scrutiny as far as, like, let's say they invest all this into the store and then you just have the SEC breathing down their neck the whole time. It wouldn't really make sense, but they do plan on using it. The other one is
didn't work out.
As far as scaling,
it didn't work out, and there's 100 million NFT marketplaces. It'll take me and Ryan about a weekend to program one, and it's not a brand in Web3. NFTs are worthless, especially now. They've dropped 95% with the blue chip NFTs and 99% with the other ones. It was a fuck up. Let's be clear. This wasn't like some genius strategic move. This was a colossal fuck up.
I think they're going to use it in a different way. I think it'll be like an NFT receipt. So it'll be like a warranty. Say you want to trade it in, they know exactly when you bought it, right? Say there's a problem with it, they know exactly in the supply chain where that problem could have came. I don't think that it's just going to be pictures on a digital token, right? I think
you're huffing some opium. Where's the business here? What value is this?
So I think that's what I'm getting to. I think they're changing their whole business strategy because they're scaling down their stores, because that's not going to be their main business, right? They're just going to keep a few stores of the most strategic ones, because what they're building is an omni-channel e-commerce platform that is likely going to be partnered with X, right? I mean, it's kind of like we're here talking on X, right? It's kind of the new thing. And, Elon has been working on getting a payment system, which could have already been in place, but New York and California have been dragging their feet trying to sabotage it. So once the X store comes in, if GameStop ends up being the ultimate destination for both the physical and the digital gaming things, then that would be a huge market instantly. And they have everything set up for that. One thing is a GameStop Player. So the game launcher through X, my thoughts will be from GameStop, and they'll be getting a portion of all the sales that go through that. And I think that's where the revenue is going to come. And so let's say that Elon announces, sometime this week, like, hey, payment systems are now active. Oh, we have this Shopify-powered store ready to go. And oh, guess what? GameStop is the ultimate destination for anything gaming related. Suddenly, you'd have a huge revenue source, and the NFTs could be used for shipping, right? Amazon doesn't actually make money on shipping, right? They actually lose money on shipping products. But leveraging Flexport, who Ryan Cohen is somewhat associated with, and Shopify and some other things, like they can make the logistics actually work out and actually have unit economics be profitable for shipping. And so that's what I'm waiting for. That's why I bought call options, a few months ago, and that's why I'm still in. Is I know that at any moment they could announce that the GameStop store on X is open, and that will just change everything.
Is there a reason they don't? Is there a reason they don't disclose their e-commerce revenue?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it's pretty low.
Oh, I'm sure it is right now, but I think the thing is that they've been kind of laying the groundwork for something really big, right? I don't think it's a coincidence that Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, met with Ryan Cohen and with Elon Musk, right? I think that they're going to have X be, once it has cryptocurrency being able to be transferred in there, it'd be a lot easier to do e-commerce worldwide, and I think they're ready for it, and I think that's what X is planning on doing.
Well, that's a theory. Pluto, what do you think?
Hey, sorry. Yeah, I think to add on to kind of Michael's point there, like GameStop's kind of uniquely positioned, right, in terms of the gaming industry. Like the gaming industry is like the biggest entertainment industry by like a factor of like 4 or 5, right? And one of the things you have to look at is sort of trends in the gaming industry, and things like the Steam marketplace, Twitch drops, like Fortnite skins, like
Yeah, they missed all of that stuff. they missed all of that stuff. They could have.
Right. But so the thing is, like the Steam marketplace, Steam gets a cut of every like trade going on. Like the things on the Steam marketplace are NFTs in everything but like name, essentially, and like all these gaming companies are salivating over that, and they don't know how to implement it. And if you look at kind of the history of GameStop, like they're not really a stranger to kind of doing things like retailer-specific pre-order bonuses and stuff like that. Like they have connections with all these companies who want to do this stuff. And like I think when you look at the NFT marketplace, was it a flop? Yes, but I think it's a toe dipping more so. Like if they can become some sort of like B2B vendor for kind of digital collectibles like that these companies want to do, they just don't know how. I think that could be quite a large revenue stream. And you can kind of see like the retail side is obviously dying, but I think there must be some sort of pivot coming.
Why would anybody partner with GameStop when there's already distribution channels elsewhere? Like, it's for X to partner with GameStop, that's a brand dilution. Like, that's a step down.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Energy there.
I don't get it either. But I think
I'm talking about example, like if they want to get their stuff out to people, like GameStop's like where normies go for stuff like that, right? And
not really.
I mean, they have some customers, obviously, but I think that you have a big headwind, which is retail is dying, and you have a desperate attempt to reinvent oneself, which is very hard to do. I mean, and the most important thing is the common sense stock investment perspective, which is why do I pay for a turnaround that hasn't happened yet, and the best case scenario is that all I get is what? You're selling me a dream, and I don't want to. I can buy the dream for a cheap price, but I'm not paying a lot for a dream. Dreams are a dime a dozen. PP, what's up, man?
What's up, man? Yeah, I still fail to see why people are basically valuing GameStop as a company. It's not what it is. Like, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. If GameStop was run totally differently, was a totally different business than what it currently is, what it's in the past several years, and it will be in the near future, yes, GameStop will be valued in a very different way, but its corporate governance has been poor. Why are people valuing it as though it's going to be run in a optimal way? It makes absolutely no sense.
Why are people trying to put it in, like, I heard Michael saying earlier that it should be compared to like a Home Depot. Home Depot is, I mean, it's 10 times the size, 10 times the profitability. I mean, do you honestly think that one day that GameStop is going to
No, I want to shoot back because it's possible. It is. But why would you pay for that possibility, and how much would you pay is the operative question in all investments, right? Is it possible? Now look, between you and me, I don't think it's very possible, but is it factually possible? Yeah, it could happen. This could be the start of the great...
I'd rather pay the price tag for what you're getting
Exactly.
now versus what it's worth. I'd rather get the dividend that Home Depot is paying
Correct.
plus the little slow accretion in terms of price that I get every year, rather than paying some bullshit overpriced thing that doesn't pay me any dividends, and that I just have to worry about price appreciation every year.
So one thing is that most businesses use pay a certain kind of rate for customer acquisition, right? The advertising, whatever it is, and that's something that Tesla has been able to do, is not have really any advertising and still sell tons of cars. I think it's not a coincidence that GameStop is one of the most sought after stocks all around the world, right? Countries all over the world. What?
It's not.
Okay. I mean, I know shareholders